Good morning and welcome back to another day of live trading. Now, yesterday you guys saw wasn't the best. I feel like it wasn't too bad though. I was getting some good trades. I just was over trading. After hopping off live stream, I did get another evaluation, and this time it wasn't so bad. Don't mind this one. This one's a different one. But peep it out. Yesterday, I did 1424 on this one, which is basically the 1500 needed to, I guess, pass it in 2 days. But I did something funny. I was trading on the aftermarket, and I was down 185. I could have been even or even up, but I decided to lock myself out for the reason of not wanting to lose the money that I made, right? And tell me why I locked myself out for 24 hours instead of just until New York market open. I was kind of upset about it because I just locked myself out on the quicks without even thinking about it. But it's alright. It might take a couple more days to pass this account, but slow and steady wins the race. That just means one day we're gonna need to make this back, and another day that just means we gotta make about 1600 1700 in 2 days. So it doesn't matter how much we do on the first or second day. That's just how much we need. But I still wanted to trade today, so I got another evaluation, and this one I did trade a couple of times, 6 trades to be exact, for a loss of 85, which I didn't mind. I just wanted to, every trade I feel like just gains XP. I just gain experience every trade. So today the goal is to get 1500 on this account so that we can have 2 accounts ready to get, passed for funded. But I'm not in a rush. I really just want to dial in and focus on trading the right way, although yesterday wasn't the right way. There's a lot of things I could have done better, and today I'm gonna edit the footage from yesterday so I can look over film and see what I did wrong, see what I did right, and come back and continue to do what I'm doing. Now, I haven't been talking about the comments, but let me just talk about the live streams comments, because dude, I don't get it. I mean, I do, but I don't. Okay. Damn, 42 hours on this. W's in the chat. LMAO, bro was down to 2,110 to burn his account. Said, good thing we sold cards. Well, that comment I don't even need to give a shit about, because his opinions doesn't really matter. I am gonna have a video on the card selling today, but we have already made back the money that we spent on the card collection, and we got a whole lot more. But this one's the one that really trips me out. I really loved your early content showing your progress out of debt and with clear goals, hard work, and consistent progress. But this is just sad to watch, man. And I really don't want to seem like a hater, because I like you, and I really want you to succeed. And I think a lot of other commenters are on the same boat. It would be worrying to not see comments like this at all, because that would mean we'd be giving up on you. Yeah. First of all, I just like documenting my journey. That's initially why I did this. I don't need no pity party from anybody, I genuinely just do this to show I'm willing to be transparent, and it's always been that. Every single time I've, ever since I started this journey, I just try to make it a clear thing that I'm not here for, for the attention. I'm just here to document my journey, to show what it takes to really be a part of the 1% of the people that fail time after time after time after time again and still believe in themselves. That's really all I can care about. I believe in myself. I always have, I always will, like I said in the comment. And that's all that really matters. Some of my comments have turned on me. Some of the people have started to talk smack, including that first person in the comment section mainly. The one that said that I said something about selling a card. But just seeing that type of mentality, it's like, it reassures me that I'm on the right path. It reassures me that I am working hard on myself and on my own things, and that's why I document this, because this is not no average journey. It's not no average lifestyle. And I'm not really worried because I do have the secret asset, which once I receive will basically get rid of all of my debt. And I'd be starting off with a clean slate. So what does that mean? It means I'm able to work right now on what I think will eventually make money. I have spent a good amount on evaluations and on my accounts, but that's just a part of the process. You're gonna fail, you're gonna fail, you're gonna fail. But it's not about how many times you get knocked down. It's about how many times you can get up and keep moving forward. Shout out Rocky. I just can't give up on myself, bro. I can't give up on my dream of being self-employed, of being retired at the age of 30, of being able to travel the world and still make money. That's genuinely all I really want. Once I master the skill of trading, I'll be able to be in fucking buttfuck nowhere and I'll still be able to trade. I'll be in fucking Dubai or Ibiza and I'll be able to trade. Like TJR. I'll be over there with TJR, bro. I'm just kidding. Nah, but real shit, we just following dreams here. That's really all I've, been doing. It may seem impossible to a lot of people, especially seeing how many times I failed time in and time out. But it's a part of the journey. You gotta love the process. You gotta love the process more than the outcome, and you'll get there. But it's the same thing as anything else. Same thing as creating this channel. I've been doing YouTube for 5 years now, since senior year in high school, when COVID hit and online classes started. Instead of going to online classes, what did I do? I started making YouTube videos. Not expecting to make money off the rip, but mainly just because of the love for the game, It's been 5 years and I've been doing this. I have 2 channels at 1,000 subscribers, yet I have yet to make a single dime off of this. Does that mean I'm gonna give up? No, not at all. But with that being said, let's mark out the highs and lows. Here we got the highs. You can mark out this low. So for some reason, even while looking like we're gonna be in a recession, the market's going up. Now if we look at the day candles yesterday, this is what it looked like. Damn, Friday was tripping. Damn. I don't see any fair value gaps here in the day. Can't expect to come up to this high. No, nah. Okay, so yesterday was green. On the week, we are green. Damn. 'Cause, 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 'cause do want to mark this one out. Weekly fair value gap. I do appreciate everybody coming back and watching though. I mean, like you said, it means that you guys haven't given up on me for some reason. I guess some kind of vibe that, you know, I'm gonna make it. And I appreciate y'all. It's just really, I don't know. That's why I stopped really caring about the comments. I used to always reply to them and all that, this and the other. But really, you never really know what people really want you to do. If they want you to succeed, or if they're just watching you fail, and enjoying it. But that's why I enjoy making the content more than anything else. Alright, we'll come back to this once market opens. Let's watch some videos. You know how we
no one fall.
Shit. Nah, these are things we're gonna play once we're trading. Can I just ask why you trading on normal account, not demo account, if you are only learning? You have already asked this. It would be the same but save you some money. Yeah, it's not the same. You trade on a demo, you're not actually putting your emotions into the trade. You're not actually dealing with real money. So if you're trading on demo, all you're really doing is just, how do I say it? We were talking about it last time. It's like playing a quick play match and a ranked match on a game or something like that. I forgot. But yeah, really, it's just, you don't get your emotions in the demo account. You're not playing with real money, so you're able to do whatever you feel like. So instead of, knowing what emotions hit or how you feel when you're actually in a trade, you're just like, I don't know how to explain it, but yeah, you're not actually like, it's not the same thing. Have this one in the back for later. Everything you need to know about trading. I'll have this one. We already watched this one.
I have 11 minutes to explain day trade, so naturally I'm gonna put $60,000 of my own money on the line. What could possibly go wrong? A lot can go wrong. Day trading is basically a game of patient people taking money from impatient people, but it's also a game of chance. To understand this game of chance, I'm personally putting $60,000 of my own money on one single trade using this exact strategy I'm about to share with you. Will my own strategy actually succeed, or will I lose $60,000 in the matter of seconds? Either way, I guess it's content. It's now Wednesday. I woke up at 7:30 a.m. today. I'm in Texas. So, market opens in 1 hour. I make sure I'm zooted on caffeine, and then I proceed to spend the entire morning scrolling through my trading scanner until I find the one. I set up all my strategy parameters. Tactics. I precisely set my limit order, then I do the most important step, and that is to wait patiently until price hits my order. Holy f***, it just hit my order.
Order fill.
You see, day trading isn't easy money. I'm sure the only reason you're even watching this video right now is because you saw some rich TikToker talking from a helicopter about his Lamborghini that he got from trading stocks.
Here in my garage, just bought this new Lamborghini here. Knowledge.
But let me tell you something you already know. The world ain't all sunshine and rainbows. In fact, most day traders actually lose money.
What? People lose money while day trading?
Well, yeah, the majority do. It's a known statistic that only 3% of day traders make a profit, and only 1% actually do it consistently. So in order to make money, you have to become part of the 1% of traders. And how do you become part of the 1% of traders, you may ask? Doing exactly opposite of what the 99% are doing. You see, it's pretty simple actually. If 99% of traders are not profitable, that means if you do the exact opposite of what they are doing, you'll make money. It sounds stupid, but it's true. In order to do this, we're going to use one of the core concepts in our strategy, and that is liquidity. In order to understand liquidity, we first have to understand how the big billion-dollar institutions trade, or in other words, the 1%. Now, unlike you and me, where we can simply just buy wherever we want, big institutions can't really do that. They are dealing with so much money while trading, there are simply not enough sellers at the price where they want to buy at. So what do? They create the sellers themselves.
But how did they do that?
By doing a little thing called manipulation. Have you ever seen this happen? Price is coming down to a recent low, a key support area. Now, what's happening at this low is very simple. Normal retail traders like you and me are seeing this as a key support and enter when price comes down to here, thinking the price will bounce up from the support. So where better to place your stop loss than right below this recent low? That's a pretty normal trade. As being the normal retail trader you are, you would assume if price crossed this low, it would be considered a downtrend, lose all of its momentum, and keep crashing downwards. Now, the institutions own this stock already, but they want to buy more of it. But since they are trading with hundreds of millions of dollars, there is simply not enough sellers at this price for them to buy from. So they need to create the sellers themselves. So what they'll do is start selling their own shares to artificially drive the price down. They will make it seem like the stock is losing lots of momentum, crashing downwards, when in reality it's not, which other retail traders will see this and start selling as well, which in turn drives the price down even more. It will do this to the extent of passing this recent low, which will trigger all of these stop losses that we were talking about before. So now there are tons of people selling, trying to get rid of what they are holding, which means the institutions can now enter at the price they want since there are so many sellers. Price hits these stop losses, institutions buy a fuckload of shares, and price starts heading in the original direction it was meant to, making institutions billions of dollars. That is liquidity. Now, the trade we just took broke all-time highs, then reversed back downward. So instead of sell-side liquidity like the last example, this time we got buy-side liquidity. It's the same concept, just reversed. So this is why we are looking to short. If you don't know, instead of making money while the price is going up, shorting is where you make money as the price goes down. Price breaking this all-time high is our liquidity, and actually all-time highs are usually the most aggressive types of liquidity. And this is part of the puzzle of how we become part of the 1%. But just because we find liquidity, that doesn't necessarily mean we found a good trade. Now, the 1% not only know how to find liquidity and even target liquidity, but they also know how to find perfect spots to enter their trades. In order to know where they enter, we have to understand one key thing. Retail traders don't move the price, the institutions do. Now, sure, me and your pennies could possibly move the stock price a smidge in the grand scheme of things, but the majority of price movement comes from hedge funds, banks, and institutions. That's where the price really moves. We can find where they're entering by finding key levels of supply and demand. To do this, go to the 4-hour time frame. Find the start of a strong move. Mark the low to the high of the candle that started this move. This is your area of demand. You can do the exact same thing with areas of supply. Find a strong move downwards, find the first candle that started that move, mark the low and the high of that candle, this is your area of supply. The reason we are doing this is because we want to be entering where the big institutions are entering. And if price spiked up strong from this price, that means the institutions are probably entering here. So we would wait for price to come back down to the zone, enter here, where price is likely to spike up again, and we make all of the profit. So if we go back to our trade, we already grabbed the liquidity at the all-time highs. Next, we need to mark our area of supply. We mark the first candle that started the downwards move. This is our area of supply, and we must wait for price to enter into the zone again, and we enter our short trade. Now, just because we have liquidity and supply, that doesn't necessarily mean price will follow exactly what we think it'll do. You need another layer of confirmation, and that confirmation is a narrative. Now, narratives come in all shapes and sizes. It could be a sector that has a lot of potential, like AI. It could be good economic news, Trump makes another tweet, or it could be overhype. Now, this play is QBTS, and they are a quantum computing company. It's been going crazy this past month or so with all the AI hype going on recently. Now, to be completely honest, I really do believe in this company. I think quantum computing is the future, and I think it's a really good company for that. And I actually traded this exact stock a couple months ago, but the last trade I was in a long trade. I used this exact same strategy, just flipped around. I entered in around $4 and sold around $18. It was my biggest trade to date, and I posted it live in my Discord group. But with that said, I think it's extremely overpriced at the moment. For example, this company is still in its early stages. They are actually losing money at the making of this video. Now, sure, they could be reinvesting into the company to make it stronger for the future, and just because they don't have a net profit doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad company. At the making of this video, AI stocks are going absolutely bonkers, and anything related to that is going up along with it, even if the company isn't necessarily making money. Like, just look at this chart. This screams speculation, and on top of that, it's valued at 5.3 billion with a B. So yeah, I think this stock is overvalued at this point. I don't think this is a long-term short in any way, but I do believe at this very moment, it's a speculation play for buyers, and speculators get scared very, very easily. And if buyers are freaking out as the chart goes down, that'll just add the momentum of the stock to plummet, which in return, our short trade makes money. So we found three main things: liquidity, an area of supply, then a narrative. So now that we know how I'm trading the stock, now is the time to put my money where my mouth is and enter into this short trade for $60,000. Here's the plan. Like I've stated, we were patient enough to not only find this play, but to get a liquidity grab in a key strong area of supply with this candle right here. As I'm editing this now, it's now Wednesday. Price just entered into our area of supply, so we can finally enter into this trade. To be completely honest, I'm kind of nervous. This is definitely a more volatile stock, meaning when it goes up and down, it goes up and down a lot. But I'm gonna stick with the ideal facts and play the game of probabilities and enter into this trade with 60 grand. We're gonna set our stop loss above these highs. Our entry price was $19.13, so if price decides to go up from here, we'll lose around 7%, which is roughly around $4,200. I could buy a lot of cool things with $4,200. But if this trade goes in the other direction, we'll play it safe and are gonna sell 50% of our position at this area of demand right here. And we'll sell the other 50% of our position if price breaks these lows and targets these previous highs. If price hits our first target, we'll make around 24%. And if we're selling only 50% of our shares at this point, we'll make around $7,500. If price goes all the way down to our second take profit, we'll make an additional $9,000. So if this trade plays out correctly, we can make a total of $16,500 in one single trade. Let's see what happens. It hit our take profit. Price is now at our area of demand, and we sold 50% of our position for a profit of around $7,500. I'll be posting this video now while I'm still in the trade. For now, we're in the profit, and hopefully price can hit our second target. If you're watching this video as I upload it, in no way am I saying you should short this stock now. It's probably too late. If you want to see all of my trades live, I posted this exact trade and many others just like it live in my Discord group as I'm entering entering into them. I give where I'm entering, where I'm exiting, and basically all the information of why I'm entering into the stock in the first place. So yeah, there's that. If you're interested, I'll leave a link to my Discord in the description. But yeah, that's how you trade stocks. Try it out. See you next time.
Here in my garage, just bought this
In
new
a simple
Lamborghini
form.
here.
That's nice.
The orb strategy is
I don't really trade the supply and demand strategy. I'm trying to get into the orb trading, which is this one. Yesterday, orb could have been a good play. That's why I need to watch the film from yesterday, because it could have been a winning day instead of blowing my account. That's why I'm not really tripping, because I feel like I keep getting closer and closer and closer to where I want to be. But let's watch some more videos on the orb strategy to see if there's anything I can improve on it.
one of the most popular trading methods for day traders because it offers an easy trade setup every single day of the week. And this works with any asset that you might trade. But whilst it's one of the most popular strategies, there are some very common mistakes that traders make when using it. So in this video, we are going to break down everything you need to know about the orb breakout strategy and how you can also combine it with smart money concepts to find the highest probability entries for your setups. So let's waste no time and start with step number 1, which covers what the orb trading strategy actually is and how we locate it on a chart. When people talk about trading the orb, they're referring to the abbreviation that stands for the opening range breakout. And as the name implies, this strategy involves trading the breakout of a range. But in terms of which range, we aren't talking about using the current external range liquidity levels. And this is because the range that is used for the orb strategy is found from one single candle. But more specifically, the first candle that is created after a new market session has opened. So let's explain how this works. One of the first things a trader learns about are market sessions, which are the hours during each day that the markets are open for trading within each region across the world. And the 3 main sessions consist of the London session, the New York session, and the Tokyo session. And whilst the orb strategy can work with any of these sessions.
Hold up. I need to get this. I'm actually at 700 hours. $3,300 more to go. By the end of these 90. By the end of this 100-day live stream challenge.
The New York session is by far the most favored to use for this strategy due to the higher volume of liquidity that is injected into the market during these hours. So this is the session we are going to use in this video. But if you were to trade using another session, the method for trading the orb strategy would be the same. So now with the New York session highlighted, in terms of which candle we want to use for our orb range, we actually want to wait until the New York Stock Exchange opens at 9:30 a.m. And then all we need to do is sit back and let the first candle play out, because once this very first candle has closed, we will have our orb candle. And then in terms of marking out the range, we want to mark out our levels from the top and bottom wicks. And then the area within these levels is the range of the orb candle. But now you might be wondering which time frame we should be using to target this candle. But this is where you have a few choices, depending on your personal trading style. And this is because whilst we always use the first candle that forms after the 9:30 open, there are a handful of different orb ranges to choose from based on which time frame you actually pick. For example, this candle here on the left is the first 30-minute candle, which would give us the 30-minute orb range. But on the other hand, if we chose to use the first candle of the 15-minute time frame, this would give us the 15-minute orb range instead. Then the same applies for the 5-minute time frame too. The first candle would give us the 5-minute orb. And as you can see, the main difference between using the orb on different time frames is the size of the ranges. The 30-minute time frame tends to have a much wider spread, whereas the 5-minute range is usually very small, which is why the 15-minute orb is the most popular among traders, due to its balance of risk and reliability. So this is the time frame we will use in our examples. But in terms of strategy, the method for trading the orb would be the same on any time frame. So now that we have covered how we identify the orb, let's move on to the next step, which breaks down how we can actually use it for finding trade setups. So as we mentioned before, the first part for identifying the orb range involves waiting for the 9:30 US stock market to open, and then we wait for the close of the first candle. And in this example, we are wanting to use the 15-minute orb range, which means this candle is the first 15-minute candle that formed after the 9:30 open. And once we have correctly identified this candle, all we do from here is draw out a level from the end of the top wick, which gives us what we call the orb range high, and then another level from the bottom wick, which gives us our orb range low. And this is all that we need to do for finding our orb range. So now we can move down into the 1 minute time frame to get a better look at the market structure. And when we mention using the 1 minute time frame, it should go without saying that trading the orb range is considered a scalping method, which involves fast-paced trades that aren't lasting for too long of a period. But the benefit is that the orb can offer great trading opportunities at the same time of the day, every day of the week. So now in terms of how the orb range works, we treat the orb range high and the orb range low as support and resistance levels. And the idea behind this is that by analyzing how the market interacts with these levels, it can offer us signals for determining which direction the market intends to move next. But there are actually a variety of different strategies and setups that can be used from just these two levels. So let's start with the first strategy, which involves trading a breakout of the orb range. And as the name would imply, this strategy involves waiting for the price action to break through either the orb range high or the orb range low. But the important detail here is that we are wanting to see the candle actually close over the level, because if the candle just wicks above it, this isn't considered a breakout. So in the instance that we have a candle that is closed over the level, and we can confirm a breakout has occurred, this is where there are now 3 different options for how you could potentially look for a trade entry. The first option involves taking an entry as soon as this candle has closed, because this suggests that the market is looking to move further in that direction. And whilst this will make sure that you don't miss any breakout trades, the problem is that it's extremely common for false breakouts to occur, which is when the price simply just pulls back into the range. And if you're using a sensible stop loss, this would just close your trade early, which obviously isn't ideal. So this leads us onto the next entry option, which involves waiting for the market to push back down to the orb range for a retest to see whether the resistance level will now be respected as support. And if it seems as though the market is respecting the level, this offers another opportunity to enter into a long trade. And then as for the third option, you could wait for the retest to play out, followed by waiting to see if the next move manages to push up and break past the previous high that was created during the first breakout move. And the idea behind this is that it would confirm that the breakout of the orb range is legitimate and a further move up can be expected. But then the issue with this is that your trade entry is now much further away from the orb range, which isn't ideal for risk management. So in terms of trading an orb range breakout, these are the 3 popular methods, and each have their benefits and disadvantages as we mentioned. But for our preference, we like to use the second option, which involves trading the retest of the orb. And the reason behind why is because it allows us to incorporate smart money concepts to find setups that offer a much higher probability. But before we explain how we can do that, it's worth just mentioning that in these examples, we have shown the breakout of the orb range high. But if the market was to instead break through the orb range low, the whole process would be just the same, but it would instead be inverted, which in simple terms means we would be looking for a breakout to the downside instead of the upside. So with that covered, let's now move on to the next step, where we can look at how we can incorporate smart money concepts into our orb trading strategies. So as usual, we are again going to use the 15-minute orb, which is the first 15-minute candle that formed after the 9:30 open. But this time, we are going to instead move down only one time frame, to the 5-minute chart, and then we are going to move forward in time till a breakout occurs, which it didn't take long to do. But now if we are wishing to incorporate smart money concepts into our orb trading strategy, we are of course going to want to look for PD arrays that are able to strengthen the potential of our breakout setup. And this chart gives us a great example, because during this impulsive move that broke up and through the orb range high, we can see that a bullish fair value gap was created. And what this means is that we now have a bullish PD array that is overlapping with our orb breakout, which justifies our bias for looking for a long trade. And going back to what we mentioned earlier, out of the 3 options we can choose between for trading a breakout, if we were to use the FVG as a target for our entry, it would involve using the second option, which would be to wait for a retest of the orb level. So to show what this looks like, the market pushes down and into the FVG. It then briefly touched the orb level, before then rejecting back into the upward direction. Which means in this case, the FVG was respected, whilst also creating a retest of the orb range. But the markets are not likely to always make moves as clean as this one. And this is because when it comes to fair value gaps, we know that there are times when an FVG might barely be touched before the price reverses. Whereas other times, the whole fair value gap might be attacked, which would mean that the market would actually be overextending past the orb range level. But the point is, all 3 of these examples are valid rejections. And the strength of having 2 different arrays overlapping each other is what makes these setups higher probability. However, if the market was to push past the orb range level to then close below the fair value gap, this is when the setup would become invalidated, which is why it's always important to keep a tight stop loss for a trade like this. So as for this 5-minute setup we were looking at before, we can move down into the 1-minute time frame to take a look at its market structure. And the thing worth mentioning here is that if we look closely, there was actually a 1-minute fair value gap that formed during the breakout of the orb range. But the issue with this is that a 1-minute PD array is just too small of a time frame to trust. Some people do use them, but to find higher probability trades, you should try to filter for higher time frame setups, with the minimum being the 5 or 15-minute time frames for PD arrays. But trading breakouts isn't the only type of strategy that the orb can offer us, which moves us on to the next step, which involves understanding how to use false breakouts to your advantage. So here we have another example of a 15-minute orb range. And just from a quick glance, you should be able to see that this is an example of a false breakout, because during the second candle, we can see a long top wick, which tells us that at some point during the candle's duration, it had actually broken through the orb range high. But by the time the candle had closed, it was back within the range of the orb. And this might not seem like it means much, but depending on what happened during this failed breakout, there could actually be a potential trade setup. And in order to see how, we must move down to the 5-minute time frame. So now looking at the market structure on this lower time frame, we can see where the orb range was created, which was during the first 3 candles. And then we can also see where the false breakout occurred, as well as where the market fell back inside the range. But when observing the market structure for PD arrays, we can see that during the pullback move, a bearish fair value gap was created, which also happened to overlap with the orb range level. And this is useful to us, because in the same way that we can use a bullish fair value gap that overlaps with the orb level for a bullish setup, we can also use bearish fair value gaps to trade the orb level as an area of resistance. And in terms of how we would look to trade a setup like this, it would again involve a retest of the orb level. But this time, we are going to want to take a short entry from the bearish fair value gap, with the theory being that if the orb range high is currently being respected as an area of resistance, it's likely that the next move that we will see will be the market pushing further down, which essentially means that whether the market creates a breakout or a false breakout, in both cases, there are opportunities for trade setups to occur. And another interesting observation for this type of false breakout setup is that if we move back to the 15-minute time frame, you might have noticed that this market structure has created a CRT setup, which is another trading method that you can use to identify the rejection of a breakout, which we have already covered in another video. So with that said, we now need to move on to the next step, which involves understanding what external levels and market structures you must be aware of when trading the orb, which is where most traders make mistakes when using this strategy. So here we have another example of a 15-minute orb, and when we move forward a few candles, we can see what seems to be a great example of a breakout. But the problem is, when we move up to a higher time frame and zoom out to look at the external market structure, we can see that the market price of this current candle is attacking the previous day's high. And the reason why this is something to be aware of is because, as we know, the highs and lows of previous daily candles are liquidity areas that the market routinely likes to target. And whilst it doesn't necessarily mean that the market will reverse when it hits this level, the point is that it needs to be treated as an area of interest, with caution for the possible outcomes that could occur. Because in this example, when we move forward in time, after the market pushed up to attack the previous daily high, instead of continuing higher, it creates a liquidity sweep, before then making a complete nosedive. And if it were the case that we were currently in a long trade, this is exactly the type of scenario that we would want to avoid. And to show how, if we now go back down to the 15-minute time frame to take a look at how this move played out, we can see that whilst the orb candle was originally respected, the draw on liquidity was the previous day's high, which meant that when that level was hit, it completely invalidated this setup on the lower time frame. And this isn't the only type of PD array you need to be aware of on the chart. There's a whole list of higher time frame PD arrays that can affect your orb trading setups. Some will benefit your setups, whilst others will invalidate them. And we have already made videos that cover each of these on the channel. But the important thing to understand here is that when it comes to trading the orb, it should only be treated as a tool for observing the immediate directional market bias after a new market session is open, which means you still need to incorporate the rest of your SMC analysis into your trade setups. But with that said, it is still a very strong strategy to use when used correctly. We are currently building a trading view indicator for the orb strategies in this video, as well.
Not all times of the day are equal. Now, this is a huge misconception among
After that one, I feel like we got a good opening orb. I like George Shanko. The Rock is a pebble. Oh my god, I should laugh at that. That shit was funny. Alright, I gotta go to the restroom. Give me 1 second. I'll watch this guy's video.
The bar for excellence has never been so low. Most of your competition quits after the first sign of difficulty because they've never known what hard feels like. If it's hard for you, it's hard for everyone. And most people avoid hard things, which is why you can beat most people by just trying.
I don't want luck in the equation because I don't need it. You start saying terms like that, man, you're someone that believes in it. You got confidence. I don't give a shit what the endeavor is. You're gonna find a way to do it. That's the differential right there. That's the confidence that no matter what's in front of you, the never say die attitude.
We're all looking for this great mythical mental toughness. Mental toughness doesn't come from sitting on the couch. It doesn't come from wishing it will come true. It comes from putting in the work, and you have to start developing your mindset. Mindset is not developed by wishing. Mindset is developed by doing and actually putting into practice.
Just go do something. Just doing it. Just doing it makes you do more. Like, do more hard shit makes you do more hard shit.
Yeah.
Understand that you want it bad, so you're willing to put in the work and do things you don't want to do. It's what makes you have that confidence that you know how to push through, and the mentality that I'm the type of dude to get shit done.
Everybody has that voice in their head that says, hey, could you really do this? Is it going to happen?
There's nothing out there for me.
And that's the problem. You hung up your cape and your cow, but you didn't move on. You never went to find a life. But you're not living. You're just waiting, hoping for things to go bad again.
Whatever reasons that we usually give ourselves in the beginning for why we can't achieve something, you can almost always find not only just someone, but someone who's achieved world-class levels of success with worse conditions than you currently have, which then means it's absolutely possible, and then the only thing that it takes to get there is work.
If you want to change your life, you must change your ways. You must develop discipline. You must develop strength.
You don't achieve worthwhile goals quickly or easily. They take time. Relentless pursuit, day in and day out. That's what it takes. But also, things don't usually fall apart quickly either. It's a slow process. A little slip here, a little setback over there.
If you talk about work-life balance as a 22-year-old man, you're hanging around with the wrong people. That gnawing feeling when you realize you've outgrown your social circle isn't loneliness. It's your ambition finally speaking louder than your need to belong.
And there's a narrative that we should not criticize ourselves. We should not say the things that we could have done better. But I believe that that voice isn't an insecurity. I think it's a version that wants you to chase your potential.
When you think about shit, you're like, 7 o'clock at night. Man, I'm tired. Just got back home from work. Will I go to the gym or not? Hour and a half passes. It's now 8:30. You didn't go to the gym. But you know damn well your evil twin inside of you did go to the gym. And he's out there. And he just got better than you. That weakness, you think I'm tired, comes in, overtakes your potential, and stops you from becoming the person you can be. Yet someone else is going to the gym. Then 20 years later, when you have midlife crisis, and you say life's not fair, you start looking back on all those forks in the road where you sat down instead of standing up. And you all feel sorry for yourself.
If you're in 20s, do all of that. Work day and night. Do as many things, learn as much as you can, fail as often as possible. That's the time to put in the hard work.
It's 1 year from today. And instead of us looking through the dust cloud, what could happen? Let's pretend it's a year from now and we're looking backwards. And let's pretend it was the best year of your life. What would have to happen in your life for it to be the best year?
I must say, 24 degrees right now is looking good. Outside is looking lush. Morning. It's a Monday morning. The last video you guys saw from me, I was 1% up on my 50K. I filmed that video like 3 weeks ago. 2 trading weeks later, I'm down like 7%. The balance now is at 46.3. That's like 7.5% in drawdown. So coming into this trading week, I really need to be cautious of my trades. It's a Monday morning and we're in a trade already. But bearing in mind, I haven't won one in a while. I'll put some pictures on screen now. A lot of my trades are just like me getting the bias completely wrong. Nothing to do with psychology or over risking. A lot of them is just like me just getting it wrong, like just genuinely getting it wrong. But yeah, we're in a trade right now. Let me show you guys what's going on. Eesh, this is a 1 to 4. So 4 hour, I knew it was going to be bearish, right? I had my bias set because here we didn't boy close above the high after news on Friday. Scroll into the 15-minute. Inversion fair value gap, change of state delivery, normal fair value gap being respected in Tokyo session. So I was like, okay, we'll just wait for the pullback. Dragged out my OTE tool, and we got a little pullback, and we're aiming for a nice 1 to 4 into this fair value gap. Right now I'm floating 1,000, so floating 2%, it feels good, especially after like losing for like the last 2 weeks. The last video you guys saw I gained 1%, right? The week after that I lost 4%, and the week after that I lost another 4%. I'm not gonna blow another funded account so soon. This trade I did most of my analysis on EU. I didn't really do much on DXY. I'm not gonna lie, I barely even looked at DXY today. Head into Central right now. Finally gonna buy an NT photo for this camera. The weather's also quite nice, so I thought may as well come out and enjoy the weather. Bro, you see where I'm at? The place behind me, DJI. The ND photos are out of stock, bro. At least I tried. We're gonna go another week or so without one. I'm gonna try and go to that DJI store again, maybe in like a week or 2, and try and see if they have ND filters again. I'm probably just gonna chill along Oxford Street for a little bit. Day out on my ones, basically. I was gonna try and shout one of my boys to come outside. I realized if I shout him, I have to wait for him to get ready and stuff. It's just long. Damn, bro. Damn, this car is nice. Irises are aesthetically pleasing. There's nothing really much to do. I mean, look at the sky. It's a beautiful, clear sky today. I'm just enjoying my time, walking around in Cinch before I go to work later, so could do some car spotting, some window shopping, just a general day out on my ones. Let me even check the trade. Price actually started reversing, then New York is starting to push it back down towards my direction. It's just floating a quick 1% so far. It's gonna be one of those days where I stick out the trade throughout the whole day. I don't know where I'm going. Where even am I? Yeah, no, I know where I am. I'm thinking I'm a Londoner. How do I get lost in London, the city I grew up in? See, this is where the real wealth is hidden, in the back streets. I literally came out just to get the ND photo, and then that's not even, available, so now I'm just chilling. Ooh, what is that I see? Is that a retro spec Aventador? I think it is. Flipping hell. Jeez. So Dusty, wow, that's really low to the ground. Wow, that car is really low to the ground. I don't think you guys can tell, but like, yo, okay, cool. Imagine me and then that's the car. Fam, you guys don't understand. That car's severely low to the ground. It's mental. Just getting some motivation, bro. I guess I'm just car spotting. I'm gonna try and find like somewhere to eat up around Bond Street area. We're just doing all of this whilst letting the EU trade play out. My trade, I'm only up 1%. That's the trade. It's kind of playing back up to my entry point. Jeez, rolls, big body range, and then an 812 across the road. I don't want to get too close to the 812 because you can see security right behind it. So I don't want to get too close, but I'll just film from a distance. And one thing I've deeped as well is like a lot of these back roads, you don't really walk past a lot of people. It's usually quiet, especially on like a Monday afternoon. So I was thinking to myself, like, how many millionaires have I probably walked past just like on my little walk around? Probably at least like 10. Oof. Turn the corner and I see a Rari. Wow, what a car. Bloody hell. One day, bro. This will be me. This will be me in a Rari one day. Mentality. One day when I start booking my driving lessons, yeah, it'll be me. Enough for car spotting. I need to find a place to eat. We were walking around for a while. Got some ice cream. But I've been enjoying my alone time. No, not gonna lie. The trade, you ask. Damn. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Hasn't hit TP yet, but it's gonna hit. I'm gonna head to work now. I'm probably gonna be mad early, but I don't care. I've got nothing else to do. Bro, I've been in this trade for hours. Literally hours. Oh my gosh. MetaTrader. We just hit TP. We just hit TP. Bang. 1.9 nice. For the day. 1 to 4. That's 4%. That is wild. 4% on the day. One more good trade like that and I'm out of drawdown. I can go to work a happy man. Funded. Imagine I was like, what, 2.5% away from blowing the account. All right, cool. I'm gonna head to work now, but yeah, good little trade. I'm really glad today I did exactly what I did with the trade and just chilling outside by myself. Still blue skies, bro. Like, deep it. Today's a good day. If the man them could have organized something, today could have been great. And the next clip you'll probably see of me is when I'm at home, but I'm just gonna chill before work, charge my phone. That's it. What else can I do? Just chill. Imagine I'm just walking home from work, right? The only group of people that I've seen on my way home, on the train, when I'm walking, only group of people I've seen are people coming back from carnival. Carnival is a distraction, spiritually and physically. Spiritually, it's a distraction because obviously it's very, very lustful. You know, it's just it's a lust fest. That's all it is. It's a lust fest. So that's spiritually. Spiritually, it's very lustful. Physically, right? You're going to do what? You know, just listen to a bunch of music, and then be stood around a bunch of drunk people. What's the whole point of that? I don't see the point in it. There's no benefit of going carnival. There's no benefit. You go there. First of all, you spend money to get there. You spend money on food and drinks when you're there. The people that you meet, they're not even half conscious, bro. They've already smoked 5 packs of cigs before they've seen you. Stay locked in, stay focused on your grind, bro. But yeah, that was just a little TED talk from me. I'm thinking to myself, carnival is useless, bro.
New door, new day. We're in a trade. Oh my gosh, I almost got stopped out within the first minute of entering the trade. Look at that, bro. But I'll show you my analysis in a second. But yo, I almost got stopped out. But right now, oh my gosh, the way I almost got stopped out. We get that little reaction that I've wanted.
I told you, when I start getting my bias right, these trades I don't miss. Once price pushes up into my one of my zones, I set my stops to break even. It's 10 in the morning. Haven't got any plans today. Maybe I should book a football match, but I also want to go gym. I could go gym tomorrow though, but I could also play football tomorrow. I'll decide. Tomorrow there's fellowship. There's fellowship at 1 o'clock tomorrow, so that's pretty early for fellowship, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, we are just printing right now. How much are we floating? We're floating a young 600. A young 600. If we make this trade, right, we're out of drawdown, so.
We started this week 7.5% in drawdown, and it's Tuesday, and we could potentially be out of drawdown. All right, so we got this little zone here. Price came and tapped it, right? It's been about 20 minutes of price action, and price hasn't been able to close lower. If we get out now, we're gonna pretty much be out of drawdown. Yeah, this is Euro USD. Price is failing to close above this high. Yeah, it's not looking good. It's 11:30. I've been sitting at this desk for about 3 hours now. Plan of action. I've got 5 hours, 6 hours until work. I'll probably just chill at home. All right, so it's been about an hour, and we're still floating 1.5. I've set my stop loss to about 1.5%, and my TP is pretty close as well, so. Yeah, this is what it looks like on the big screen. You know what's funny is I predicted the weather as well. I said it was gonna go rain, and it rained.
Damn.
What does that say? We never doubted. That was a quote from TJR. If you know, you know, but.
Hey, man. What a flipping trade. A 1 to 4 yesterday and a 1 to 5 today. Who am I? Am I the same person from last week that lost 4%? 9% in 2 days. Bro, this is what I do, bro. I actually do this, bro. Like, bro, look at those last 2 wins. Guys, in my Discord server, we have bans. I posted a trade last week, right, on the 20th. Right now it's the 26th, but on the 20th I posted a trade, right? This guy said my liquidity, so I was like, I bet. I didn't say anything, but I was like, you know what? Like, I remember that. Look, this was the message, so I took a loss, right? My liquidity. I was like, I bet. But then this week comes around, we literally took the exact same trade. It's just he entered off the inversion, right? I don't know what he entered off, probably off the inversion, right? And he got stopped out, right? But on this wick, if you guys remember, I almost got stopped out on this wick, but obviously I got a W stop loss. He entered on the inversion fair value gap. I entered on the pullback, so I obviously got a way better entry than he did. He got stopped out, I didn't. We got the exact same TP as well, and mine got hit, and he obviously got stopped out. We have fun in the Discord server. If you're not in the Discord server, join up, link below. But yeah, this is what my MC5 is looking at the past 2 days. Literally the cleanest trades, bro. I've made 9% for this week, right? Let's say, and it's Tuesday, let's say Wednesday I lose 1%, Thursday I lose 1%, Friday I lose 1%, God forbid, obviously. But let's say that happens, I'm still up 6% for the week. It's probably one of the nicest weeks I've had to trading in a while. Trade got journaled along with yesterday's one. Good day, man.
Okay, now relax. Yet again, we've saved this account. We have saved this account. Let me even show you guys the dashboard. My balance is now back up into profits, right? I'm now 20% towards my profit target, right? Yeah, this week I started the week at 46,300. That's like 3% away from blowing the account entirely. And then obviously we took the trade on Monday, and then we took the trade today, and we're back up to literally 50K. And being at home, what as hell. Thankfully I've got work in like 3 hours, so yeah, I'll use the work soon, whatever he's trading. Okay, see, I can't really determine the bias because he usually sticks with like low time frames, but he entered here after the move. What's going on? Wait for the retracement, wait for the pullback. There's always some sort of pullback. Look at the gaps in the market, bro. Look at that breaker block there. Just wait for it. Why did he enter after? See, this is what I mean. Why did he enter there? Let's see what happens. I don't even know myself. I've never watched this video. I mean, using this, I mean, price is clearly respecting this gap, so you're going to be bullish until you reach like these highs or like another POI interest. Why would you short? I can't really comment too much about TJR because he is so clear. So like questioning his strat and stuff doesn't really make sense. To me, it doesn't make 1 minute. It's like my confirmation because they're into my rules. What have you got to say? Give me that clip. Let's go. Yeah. And it's on camera. Yes. Yes. Give me that clip. Give me that clip. Let's go.
That's cool.
Is that going to Mighty Man or is that going to PJ Piper? Okay, send it to me as well. Say something.
Yes.
What is good?
Not What a time.
Oh, okay, yeah. Let's bounce. Tesco, yeah?
Can you ever store LP Chanel's Bible? Can you return it?
Mercy, who takes LP Chanel's Bible?
MD.
MD said that. Let's see.
There must be some different kind of emotion in that Bible.
Yes, please, yeah.
This is how you know I was thirsty. I finished this before they even finished checking out. Look how empty this bottle is now. Thank you. Why not, bro? In a bit. Leaving the guys. Alright, left the guys alone now. Now I'm gonna head home.
That why, I get that. When they ask you why you're filming everything, why not? Dude, I felt that shit, especially when I first started recording everything. That's crazy. Shout out to him. Shout out to him. 2 minutes till market opens. Let's meditate, motherfuckers. Here, I'm gonna do this.
Why would you not go for it?
Why would you not go for it? Exactly. I just wanted it to look good. Alrighty. 1 more minute till market opens. Let's go ahead and meditate. Market has officially opened. Meditation time. Alright, so 5 minutes until this opening range. Alright, so the orb has officially closed up. Let's go here to the 5 minute. We are looking for bullish orbs, which is probably going to target these highs. Let's play a video.
Of your life. I want you to focus it and live it Positive focus as if it already happened.
Do you not understand that the more comfortable you get, the more uncomfortable life gets? The less action you take, the more consequences you have. The more you let those bills pile up, the less work you put in, the more food you eat, the fatter you get. All these things are gonna start piling up on you, bro. And bro, I know you weren't built to be average. You were built to have riches. You were built to have the body you want, the physique that you want, the dreams that you want. You were built to have these things, and yet you're content with being average.
The only thing that can kill iron is its own rust. So don't let your mind cause your own destruction. Be the light in the darkness. Be the catalyst for change.
Remember this, is that people are time wasters, and the great majority of people have no goals, they have no priorities, they have no plans, they have no concern about becoming successful, and they think that you're the same. They think because their time isn't worth anything, that your time isn't worth anything.
Get off the pity pot. Get your ass out the house. Stop being antisocial. No one is ever gonna have you in mind for anything if you're not seen and you're not on people's radars.
I wasn't invited to parties or friendly gatherings on the weekend. So on Fridays and Saturdays, I would go in my rec room with my basketball and basically dribble myself to sleep. And I think that was the best thing that could have ever happened to me. Because during those lonely hours in the rec room, I discovered the hunger, the motivation, and the desire to be the best possible basketball player that I could be. And, here I am today.
Patience.
Giving an oral presentation in English class, not only in front of Mr. Rigby's camera, but the camera of Prism and ESPN.
A friend of mine years ago taught me when I was coming up, and I was deciding if I was gonna do this, if I was gonna pursue this life. And he's an Indian friend of mine, and he said, "Ab nahi to kab." I think that means if not now, then when. So whatever you want to do, ab nahi to kab.
If you get out of high school, you don't know what to do, and then you start playing video games and you're on social media, a day can slip by like that.
Yeah.
A day becomes a week, becomes a month, becomes a year, and before you know it, you're 30.
Yeah, right.
And you
That's
haven't
for
done
sure.
shit.
What separates me from a lot of people is they go into a daunting task, and the task is overwhelming. Like, when I heard the pull-up record was 4,020 pull-ups, and I was talking about breaking this record, people are like, oh my God. I went right to a pen and paper. Like, what are you doing? I'm doing the math, man. What are you talking about? I'm open-minded to the fact that, okay, if I do 5 pull-ups in a minute for so many hours, I can get so many pull-ups in. How much time do I have to rest? I was breaking the math down. You have to be open-minded to the possibilities that I can do this. Once you shut your mind down to the possibility that it can be achieved, there's no way it can happen.
When they've hit rock bottom, hit the bottom of the barrel, they got nothing left. Everyone's given up on them. They've lost all their worldly possessions. They're dead broke on their back. It's at that point, guys, when everything's lost, that everything can be gained. There's no more ego there, is there? They let go of, what if I fail? What if it doesn't work? What if I don't like, what if this person rejects me? The animosity, the pressures of society, they let it all go because they've lost it all. They're just now left with the intestinal fortitude, the pride within. Do I want to stay on the bottom of this barrel or do I climb the fuck out of this hole? And that is a spark of what it turns out to be their greatest moment, their greatest hour. We can live that way, guys. Imagine the life you can live when you let go of the thought of failure. When this fear doesn't resonate inside of you to paralyze yourself in a self-paralysis state. When that's gone, the freedom. When you judge yourself on your own measure, you're not worried about other people's opinions. Because when you don't worry about anyone else and you just worry about what's in here saying, the pride of confidence, funny, all this is taken care of too. With one comes the other in a positive way.
You have to find your best self. And to do that, you can't stay in a comfortable world. You gotta find a spot that's not so comfortable. You're racing against no one but yourself. When you compare yourself to other people, you are losing the race. This race is you against you, man. Worry about yourself, worry about what you're doing, and worry about where you're going, and only where you're going to be your best self.
Pressure changes everything, pressure. Some people, you squeeze them, they focus, others fold. Can you summon your talent at will? Can you deliver on a deadline? Can you sleep at night?
Confidence and fear both require believing in something that hasn't happened yet. At a certain point, you have to consider that you're choosing to be afraid.
Believe in yourself. Believe that you're better than everyone else. You know what I mean? When I was always looking at fights or looking at anything, obviously I can do this. I'm as good as that. Be confident and be humble. Train hard. That's it. Just
don't ever sell out for the temporary reward of what the opportunity is today. Believe in the bigger picture. Believe that all these things are just moments building the wave for the big moment to come. Always plant the seeds of hard work and integrity and honor. Today and then every day you water them and nourish them, believe in them. One day that will sprout a flower of which, when you're dead and gone, people will still remember.
Everybody has a turn back moment. You have a moment where you can go forward or you can give up. But the thing you have to keep in mind before you give up is that if you give up, the guarantee is it will never happen. That's the guarantee of quitting, that it will never happen, no way under the sun. The only way the possibility remains that it can happen is if you never give up, no matter what.
How bad do you want it? There's two options. To continue forward, pushing upward. And if you do, that dream is given birth, and forever you will live in the reality of it. If you stop, quit, throw in the towel, I promise you there's no distance you can travel far enough to ever find that dream again.
If you ever get to a stage where you're looking at something and saying, nah, that doesn't work, my way is better. That's the wrong way of thinking. You want to learn absolutely everything. You want to absorb everything, and you want to be perfect, you know? You're looking for perfection, and you're looking to be able to move every way. And, I mean, that's what I'm looking for anyway, you know?
If your life was a movie and people were watching up to this point, what would the audience be screaming at the screen, telling you to do with your life? What would they be just, it's obvious. Leave the job. Leave the, you need to get, like, it's your brother. It's the, the killer's hiding in the cupboard, whatever it might be. What would the audience watching the movie of your life be screaming at the screen, telling you to do?
Remember, it's not what you have, but what you do with what you have that separates winners from losers. It's not what happens to you, but how you respond to what happens to you that counts. In the final analysis, your response to the adversity of life is the real measure of who you are and what you're made of.
Compare yourself to who you were yesterday, not to who someone else is today.
Yes.
Because you need to have a hierarchy of improvement. You need to be aiming for something, and that means you're going to be lesser than people who've already attained along that dimension.
Yes.
And that can give rise to envy. So the question is, who should you defeat in the final analysis? And the answer is, you should defeat your former self. You should be constantly trying to do that. And you're the right control for yourself too, because you're the one who's had all your advantages and disadvantages. And so if you want to compete fairly with someone, then you should be competing with you.
The heaviest things in life aren't iron and gold, but unmade decisions. The reason you are stressed is that you have decisions to make and you're not making them.
How I'm able to just extract dopamine, the good dopamine, whenever I want. Man, I've trained 99% of my life alone. No one pat me on the back. I did all of the work alone. And while I'm still hard on myself, I know what I did. So whenever times get bad for me, people, all this, who's gonna carry the boats and lot? That's real. I hate that people know me for that guy, because that guy is not every fucking day. Like, when they see me, they want that energy. That's not me every day. I can extract it immediately when I need to, because when you train alone, and I lived alone for so many years in this misery, and you're able to get out of it by yourself, I can take myself to such a level of real passion and purpose. And like, the feeling I get is something I can't even explain by myself. I don't need anyone. That's why people come to me to motivate them. No one can motivate me.
People only root for people who don't need it.
False
like the amount of times when I was on my lonely path where I was too different from the friends that I had, but not successful enough to be friends with the people that I wanted to be friends with.
Damn, it's gonna break down.
That's when you want people to root for you. That's when you want people to support you. Once you've already won, people are like, he's amazing, he's so good. But like, that's the time when you need it the least. And so you always have to be the person who roots for you before everyone else does.
And it's usually a single clap
I need to be a little bit more patient
in the
with that shit
auditorium
right here.
for a very long period of time. It is a slow clap that's just you, rooting for you. And that visual, I think, is one that you can kind of take because it is... People struggle to do things alone. And the path of the exceptional person is one of an exception, which means that you are not with other people. And rather than fighting that or bemoaning it, see it as an indicator that you're on the right path. Because if everyone else were cheering you on, then it means you're not in the right place, because it means you're just like everyone else, and that's not where you want to be. If you can barely decide to take any action at all and peel your eyes away from your phone for just a moment, it's so much easier to beat everyone else, because in a world where it's never been easier to do nothing, doing something becomes extraordinary.
Be the now of what you want to be later. Everyone's like, oh, later in life, I want to do this. Later in life, I want to do that. Later in life is turning around, looking in the mirror right now. That's later in life. And unless that turnaround is something in progression, later in life ain't gonna be anything different.
I'm comfortable falling short of big goals. And I would rather fall short of a big goal and consider myself a failure than lower the goals to the level which I can accomplish all of them just so I can feel like I'm a success. It's less about the goal setting, and it's more about the mindset of being okay being the failure. Because what it does is it frees you to imagine bigger, take risks like you never imagined you could before, because failure is not the thing you're afraid of.
You got 24 hours in a day. 8 hours you sleep, and most people work a 9 to 5. So 8 hours you working. 16 hours. Okay, so we have 16 hours. We got breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So we'll be at night. That's 19. It take you an hour to get ready. So we had 20 hours. So you guys cannot spend 4 hours going talking about, oh, they lying. Oh, I like this photo. Oh, they fake it. Sending photos to other people. Y'all got to get focused. I'm where I'm at because I'm focused. I say chase your dreams, man. Do that thing, man, that keeps you up at night. That thing that bothers you, man, that makes you trip. You can't quit thinking about it. You always, that thing, man, that you wake up in the middle of the night, you got a new idea. That's what you got to chase. Because anything else, it's going to disappoint you. You're going to forever be sad, man. If you don't chase that dream, you're going to forever be miserable, man.
You're born with a gift. If not that, then you get good at something along the way. And what you're good at, you don't take for granted. You don't betray it.
What if you do betray your gift?
And you betray yourself.
Our minds are very similar to circuit breakers.
Order
When they blow, you got to figure out what it is. Sometimes you just added too much to your plate. Go back in your mind and figure it out.
The biggest single obstacle to success is the fear of failure. The antidote to the fear of failure is the habit of courage. And what we know is that you need two types of courage to succeed. The first type of courage is the courage to begin. It's the courage to launch with no guarantees of success. Someone once said that if all obstacles must first be removed, nothing will ever get done.
We have the ability to go in such a space if you're willing to suffer, and I mean suffer. Your brain and your body, once connected together, can do anything.
Sometimes all you need is 20 seconds of insane courage. Just literally 20 seconds of just embarrassing
Bad
bravery.
entry. Should enter
And
again.
I promise you, something great will come of it.
The best thing that happened to me, no one helped me. No one felt sorry for me. I had to figure out I wasn't going to be a
Should've stuck
punk
to my
kid
gun, man.
all my life. So the only way I could turn it around was to suffer. I had to build calluses in my brain the same way I built calluses on my hands.
When I said I wanted to win 8 gold medals, basically half the people in the swimming world thought I was absolutely crazy and nobody could ever do something like that. But for me, I was somebody who believed in it and somebody who believed in the process of getting there. I knew it wasn't going to happen overnight.
For me to become the man I wanted to become, I saw myself as the weakest person God ever created. But I never blamed God for anything he did to me. So I wanted to change that to be the hardest man ever created. Am I that? I don't know, but you had to have a goal. And my goal when I was sitting there, not going to school, being bullied, having no self-esteem, my goal was the only person that's gonna turn this person around is me. And the only way I can turn it around is put myself through the worst things possible a human being can ever endure. And that'd be the only way that I can build this brain to handle anything that comes in front of it, callousing my mind.
Order filled.
Absolutely incredible. There's nothing better than standing on the podium listening to your national anthem play after you had just won a gold medal. But for me, I'm somebody who I knew that I had 7 other events after the first day. So I have to throw that in the back of my head. I gotta throw that race out. I have to make sure I'm eating the right amount, I'm sleeping the right amount, my body is as fresh as I can possibly be. So that means sitting in an ice tank, getting massages, getting stretched, all of these small things that end up adding up to the major end result.
Dream big dreams. Develop a vision of yourself as happy, healthy, wealthy, thin. Imagine that you have no limitations. Imagine that you have all the time and all the money and all the friends and all the contacts and all the education and all the experience, and that you could be or have or do anything you want in life. If you could, what would it be? If your life were perfect in 5 years, what would it look like? How much would you be earning? How much would you be worth? What kind of a family life would you have? What kind of health would you have? What kind of car would you be driving? What would your life be like if you could wave a magic wand and make it perfect in every way?
We live in an external world. Everything is you gotta see it, touch it, it's external. If you can, for the rest of your life, live inside of yourself, you gotta take everything and throw it away. You have to believe in one thing, and that is yourself.
In my family that
ask yourself, do you deserve millions of dollars? You know you don't deserve it, and God knows you don't deserve it. And if he gave it to you, it would be a punishment. There's nothing worse than giving a person who's not ready for money. Because they're gonna fuck their life up. Another thing I want to say about the universe and how it works. God only gives you what you're ready for. And on the rare occasions he gives you something you're not ready for, you're going to regret it. I want to make you all feel better. If you're watching this and you didn't become a millionaire yesterday, I want to make you feel better. Because there are timelines in this multiverse where you caught that $1 million pump and you got in your car and you crashed. Could have happened. You could have caught that $1 million pump and somebody you love would have heard about it and got excited and tried to drive home a little bit quicker and crashed their car. And if you could then, with hindsight, be offered 2 timelines, do you want that pump with these scenarios, or do you want to ignore the pump and everyone be healthy? You choose the timeline you are currently in. So you don't need any FOMO. You're fine. As you see crypto pump, yes, you need to allocate a certain amount of time and finance to crypto, of course. But you need to be more focused than ever to be successful outside of it. I know this seems counterintuitive. I know you're sitting to think, but Tate always says work, lock in. I do. But you are making a deadly mistake with this asinine conflation between perma-loss and getting wrecked and work. They're not the same thing. So this terrible FOMO, this chasing shiny objects to imagine this perfect world where you pulled off this free money from the sky that you didn't even work for. You need to get that out of your head. Energy cannot be destroyed. It can only be converted. So that FOMO that you feel, that negative emotion that you feel, that sadness that you feel, that inability to sleep, that anxiousness, that nervousness, that should have you in the gym training harder than you've ever trained. But instead, what it has you doing is scrolling up and down Twitter, refreshing the page, hoping that's going to somehow turn back time, which is a mistake. If God decided you didn't need to catch that pump right now, then his plan for you is for you to dedicate yourself and rain dance, which I'm going to talk about because I've talked about it before, until you eventually catch the pump when you deserve it. You know, I wasn't even rich till I was 27. And I think back and I thank God I wasn't rich when I was young. Because if I got rich before 27, I wouldn't be strong like I am now. And that's worth more than being rich. And I wouldn't be able to fight like I can now. And that's worth more than being rich. And I wouldn't have the lessons that I say to you on all these emergency meetings. And that's worth more than being rich. And I wouldn't have learned how to get bitches broke. And that's worth more than being rich. I like all the lessons I had when I was poor. That's why I'm top G. Because I have the poor man's lessons and the rich man's money. So if God's decided you need some more of the poor man's lessons, then that is a blessing. You just have to be prepared to do the right things to learn them. Refreshing a Twitter page ain't gonna teach you. The fight gym's gonna teach you. Taking the L on your chin like a man and saying, yeah, good, I didn't deserve that money yet. Ask yourself, do you deserve, for all of those for all that Twitter scrolling you've done, and for all those messages you've sent in Telegram, do you deserve millions of dollars? The universe is telling you there are lessons you need to learn. It's never happy. It's never smiles and rainbows. You do not get to wake up and scroll Twitter and make millions and be happy and smile. And the ones who do are not gonna end up happier than you. You have to wake up, realize life is shit, do the right thing even though you don't feel like doing it, dedicate yourself, knuckle down, grind out, brutal, terrible, hard labor. And you need to have your soul and body coarsened by the monotonous grind. And if you do it the way you're supposed to do it, the lessons you will learn along the way makes money worth having. There's no point having money if when you walk into the club, nobody gives a fuck who you are and nobody respects you. What's the point in money then? You see it all the time in Miami now, these crypto kids spending 300-400 grand on balls in a night. Who cares? Nobody. If you do manage to make a whole bunch of money, you need to invest in yourself. You need to, that's when you go get in the fight gym. Because we don't give a shit about how much money you have. We care about the quality of your character as a man. That's what we care about. That's up to you if you want to upgrade your character or continue to scroll Twitter and try and make more Solana, I guess, as if that's going to change something. So ask yourself a question. If you were honest, and I were to say to you, do you want a 1% chance of making it today? Flip, you can roll a dice with 100 sides, a 1% chance, you might pull it off. Or do you want a 100% chance you're gonna pull it off in 3 years from now? 3 short years, 100% you would have made it. The intelligent people would say, well, 3 years of working, learning lessons along the way, being poor enough to appreciate money once I have it, plus a guaranteed success. I'll take the 3 years.
Yeah, I'll take the 3 years.
But most of you, if offered that chance, wouldn't take the 3-year path. You would take the instant gamble bet.
Exactly.
Because you are so monumentally lazy that you would rather roll that dice, lose, and sit at home with no prospects, no hope, no chance, nowhere to go, than dedicate yourself to something for a little while. Which shows a monumental logic fail in the way that your mind functions. Because the 3 years it will take you to get to the guaranteed success are not wasted. They are spent teaching you things you're gonna need to know once you get there to be the man you're supposed to be anyway. Because if you want to play this game, you need to be working as hard as possible. And there's a few reasons for that. The first reason is, if you're gonna play a coin flip game, you need as many coins as possible. If I said you need to get 10 heads in a row to become a millionaire, and you only have 10 coins, what's your chances? Low. If you have 1 million coins, what's your chances? Much higher. You need to have ammo. So if you're gonna play this game, if you wanna be in the trenches, if you wanna gamble, if you wanna play minus sum games, you need to be more focused on doing things outside of these games. The people I know who are successful from crypto are successful in things outside of crypto. And they take a gamble, they win. Take another gamble, they lose. Take another gamble, they lose. Take another gamble, they win.
Look at that.
So what crypto is good for doing is
Come
turning
on,
your
we just
money
need to hit
into
this
more
TP
money.
and we got the 1500 that we need.
But you have to be careful that you are not falling in the trap of using up your time and not turning it into money. You can only make money one of two ways. You trade your time for it, or you trade your money for it. If you are broke, you have more time than money, so you give up your time for money. If you're rich, you have more money than time, so you give up your money for money.
Looking at it, oh my god, dude.
But in the crypto world, trying to turn your time in...
I love to you, but shut up. Come on. So here's why I took these trades, then why I was bullish on the day. So right here on my notes, I have, if the previous daily is bullish and the previous 4 hours bullish, don't look for a bearish opening range. If the previous day is bearish and the previous 4 hours bearish, don't look for a bullish opening range. Now, the previous day was bullish and the previous 4 hours bullish, so I knew and had a great gut feeling that it wasn't going to be a bearish orb opening range break. So it did come out, it did come down here to this range. It did break out, which is why I was trying to get as low as possible so I could get this upswing. And I had a feeling it was going to be a false break, which we saw in the video earlier is very possible. And that's exactly what happened. This body of this wick, of this candle, is as big as this wick. So now all we need is for this to get hit and we make the $1,500 of the daily profit target that we have. I do want to move this up, but I don't want to get stopped out. Just one green candle. Look at that liquidation too. This is clearly a bullish run. 2 more minutes left in this 5-minute candle. But knowing the orb, it is possible for it to just bounce in between these 2 green lines right here. We don't even need it to close outside of this range right here. We're about to get stopped out in profit. Five-minute candles about to close. Now we're expecting this to hopefully go up. It can come down and then go up.
Order filled.
Okay. So now the real question is, when do we enter back in? We just need 800. Looks like now might be the time.
Order filled.
Should have waited for it to hit this line actually. That would have been smarter. We did have liquidation up here. Three more minutes until this 5-minute candle closes. Not a whole lot of volume. We want to see another green candle here. 2 minutes left. Seems to be bouncing off the orb. She's gonna hit my stop loss. Or not. We want to see this 5-minute candle close above the orb.
Into money is a devastating trap. What you should be doing is using that time to make money and then turn that money into more money via crypto. This puts you in a stable position where a crypto loss is not devastating because you have an income, primarily. And I'm in that position because I make money outside of crypto. Let me tell you a really universal thing that applies to all realms of life. And I just said about easy come, easy go, but that's what the crypto problem is. People are making money now so easily, they're losing scope of what money is. And I grew up in the real world. I grew up in a world where 10 grand got someone killed. Crypto's got it all messed up to the point now where people think 10 grand is absolutely nothing. Primarily, the true wealth that you obtained from making money in the olden days were the lessons you learned as you made the money. If you had a sofa shop, you had to learn how to do taxes. You had to learn how to deal with the government. You had to learn how to sell to customers, how to be polite, deal with customer support. You had to learn how to deal with international business. Let's assume the factory you bought from was from another country. You had to learn how to have staff, keep them motivated, how to sell. You'd have to be on time and diligent and organized to keep your store open and clean and functioning. You would learn things. It's easy to win at anything if you're good at other things. If you want to make it in crypto, the best way
That's the exact candle we want
to
see.
guarantee that you do is to make it outside of crypto.
This right here.
The best way to make it in crypto is to make it outside of crypto. If you're making millions outside of crypto, you're going to be fine in crypto. You don't need to take the huge risks. You can buy Bitcoin and ETH. You can wait. You're not going to panic sell. You can DCA. And in the end, you're going to win. The majority of my wealth is Bitcoin and ETH. Boring. Why is it boring? Because I have huge pools. So why do I need to risk? A lot of the young people aren't interested in these because they don't have enough money to get into them. I've once again told you how important it is. You finally understand you need to get some money before the wealth divide is cemented into humanity and you never stand a chance of escaping. I've explained that at length many times on previous emergency meetings. But the best way for you to make it in crypto is to make it outside of crypto. And this applies to anything in life. You have to amplify your strengths, amplify what you're good at, because that allows you to do other things. The easiest way to make it with girls is to make it outside of girls. You want to make it with girls and you're running around talking to girls all day, you're never going to be as successful as if you make it outside of girls. Get your fitness right, get some muscles, get some status, get rich, get a big house, get famous, get smart, get funny, get charismatic, make it outside of girls, and now you make it in girls. The easiest way to make it in business is to make it outside of business. Forget money. If you pull up to work, you're in shape, you're on time, you speak well, you're dedicated, you're in first, you're out last, and you're prepared to knuckle down, you're gonna win. You're gonna win if you just turn up looking good, confident, well-spoken, built well. All of that happens in the gym and practice at home. That doesn't happen in business. So if you're sitting at home saying, how do I make it in crypto? In this crazy, unprecedented, brand new, hyper quick, ultra competitive PvP minus some game, I would say the best chance you have is to make it outside of crypto first. Get your brain sharp, train hard in the gym, open up a real business, make some real money outside of crypto, get a good network, get some good friends, build a life for yourself you're happy with. Now you can take risks in the crypto world. But that all takes real work. Money amplifies who you are. If you're a loser and you get rich, you're a bigger loser. If you're a G and you get rich, you're the top G. I've talked about this at length. I've explained that if you see a little dork with glasses on getting out of a Lamborghini, you assume he's a mega dork. And if you see a big, strong, scary-looking man getting out of a Lamborghini, you assume he's a killer or a crime boss. The Lamborghini doesn't change who he is, it only amplifies, and money's exactly the same. Easy come, easy go. That is something that you've heard said thousands of times for a reason. And crypto is the easiest come money, which is why you see all these people on the internet talking about how they lost it all. It's amazing how the human heart is infected with a permanent and never-ending greed. Doesn't matter how much you have, you're greedy. This built the modern world. No matter how many skyscrapers were built, someone wanted to build a bigger one. No matter how much land was conquered, somebody wanted to discover more land. It built the modern world. But we're now in a position where nobody is building anything. We are simply being as greedy as possible in a minus-sum game. Crypto isn't even a zero-sum game. Zero-sum means win-lose. So if I put in $1 and you put in $1, one person walks away with $2, the other person walks away with zero. This is a minus-sum game, actually, because there's a whole bunch of fees involved for the platforms. So it's a minus-sum game that this whole crypto world's become. Well, the first thing you have to do is make sure you do not fall into the devastating conflation that I previously described. And that devastating conflation is confusing work with simply losing money. The reason this conflation happens is because work sucks, and work makes you feel unhappy because you don't like buckling down and getting work done. So because the feeling is generally a negative one, you, in your amateur mind, will conflate all negative feelings with work. So a lot of you will say, I'm working, I'm in the trenches. You're not working. You're scrolling Twitter, you're talking in Discord groups, and you're losing all your money. That's what you're doing. Now you call that work because losing all your money feels bad. And going to work feels bad. Therefore, if they both feel bad, they must be the same thing. But they are not. Because when you work, you create. When you work in McDonald's, you create a hamburger. When you work on a construction site, you create a building. If you're buying crypto coins, you are not creating anything. And you're not even creating wealth.
Work on YouTube.
And the truth about life is that there is no easy way out. There is no shortcut home. It's rocky. It's round 10. It's a slugfest. It's broken eye sockets, and it's swinging. That's all life is ever going to be at the top.
All right, let's see what happens
the
with this
path
opening
I
range.
offer you will never be the easy path. Because I never walked it. I don't know it. I'm not sure it even exists. I've heard stories from people who have told me these fantastical tales of the easy path. And they seem to be well put together people with a nice suit and a nice watch and a nice car and a big smile. And they told me how easy it all was, how they just pulled it off.
Yo, you should post your streams on in the
But I don't believe them because I've never lived it. Maybe it does exist, but I never saw it with my own eyes. I never walked it with my own feet. I don't know it. I can't give it to you. I can't tell you where it is. I can't teach it to you. The only thing I can teach you is the long, hard work for a guaranteed result. That's all I've got for you. All I've got for you is the very simple logic that another pump is gonna come, that you'll catch it if you're inside of the right networks. If you're making money, if you're dedicating yourself, if you're strong, if your mind is sharp, if you're focused, and you're making enough money to have it sitting around the bank, you're gonna get rich. Is it gonna happen today? No. Tomorrow, probably not. Eventually, 100%. If you want to get good at life, I can teach you how to do that. And that will translate into all areas of your life. It'll translate into your marriage. It'll translate into your friendships. It'll translate into the street fight you inevitably get up and...
Why would you not take a chance? At one point in time, you got to take a chance on you.
And dreams without goals are just dreams.
Come on.
And ultimately, they fuel disappointment.
Exactly.
On the road to achieving your dreams, you must apply discipline, but more importantly, consistency. Because without commitment, you'll never start. But without consistency,
what gives you strength when you're getting attacked? You're one of the most attacked people in the world.
You can't care that much. I know people that care so much about everything, like what people are saying. You can't care too much because you end up choking.
One of the tragic things about life is that it ends. How often do you think about your death? Are you afraid of it?
It is what it is. I mean, life is what you do while you're waiting to die, so you might as well do a good job.
The wealthiest people on earth. The reason they're multi-billionaires is not because they have 100 rental units. The reason they are multi-billionaires is because they have a company that's valued at tens of billions, and they just take a loan out whenever they want. The best part is loans are tax-free. Now I live in Dubai, so I don't need to worry about tax anyways, but that's really how you get to the hundreds of millions.
What is the best advice you've ever heard or received?
Believe in yourself.
What is the worst advice you've ever heard or received?
It can't be done.
I hope suffering happens to you. Boy, this is going to cause a lot of pain and suffering. And I mean that in a happy way, because you want to train, you want to refine the character of your company. You want greatness out of them. And greatness is not intelligence, as you know. Greatness comes from character, and character isn't formed out of smart people, it's formed out of people who suffered.
If you think about the difference between winners and losers, winners define themselves by what they made happen, and losers define themselves by what happened to them. And the difficult part of the lonely chapter is that the Rocky cutscene lasts 90 seconds in the movie and lasts 5 years in reality.
I didn't believe in weekends back then, not to mention vacations. So I'm, fairly lazy compared to myself in my 20s. Well, I was a true fanatic. All I believed in was working on software night and day. And for my 20s, that was perfect. I didn't have a wife or family at all.
I'm gonna tell you a Shark Tank secret. If you walk in and stand on that carpet and you say to us, this is a $7.3 billion market, and if I only get 1% of that market, I'll have $73 million in sales or profits. It's an immediate amount. Get out of here, right? Because everybody's going to say, if I only get this small percentage, and it seems so easy to get 1%, right? Who can't get 1%? But you can't.
If I come back in a year and I'm just the same exact person with the same thoughts, same ideas, same ways of delivering them, this was a wasted year of my life.
I want to tell all of you that are out there chasing a dream to keep chasing it. I know right now you might feel alone. You might feel like it's just you out there doing it. Everyone thinks you're crazy. People are talking bad about you. Family's worried about you. Bless their heart. Let them worry about you. Let me tell you something. I want you to hear me. Yes, you. You were born to do something great with your life. Daggone it, you were. You're not average and ordinary. There's this part of your heart that wants to be somebody so bad, that wants to make a difference for other people, that wants to win, that wants to accomplish something great. And guess what? God didn't put that dream in your heart as some joke. It's not a hallucination. You're not crazy. Everyone around you might think you're crazy. I'm here to tell you you're not crazy. I'm also here to tell you you're not alone. I'm here for you. I'm here to coach you, mentor you, inspire you, give you the tools, because I admire you out there paying the price, putting the hours in, and there's probably no evidence you should be right now. Maybe
I lost money on my first 2 real estate deals. I lost money on my first crypto deals. I lost money on my first bad hires. I've had 9 failed businesses. I've had 6 failed partnerships. But the crazy thing about entrepreneurship is that you only have to win once.
You know the best way to stop depression? Work your ass off. Work your ass. You don't have time. You want to work so hard that you don't have time for depression.
If you don't fail, you're not even trying. I'll say it again. If you don't fail, you're not even trying. My wife told me this great expression. To get something you never had, you have to do something you never did. Les Brown's a motivational speaker. He made an analogy about this. He says, imagine you're on your deathbed, and standing around your deathbed are the ghosts representing your unfulfilled potential. The ghost of the ideas you never acted on. The ghost of the talents you didn't use. And they're standing around your bed, angry, disappointed, and upset. They say, we came to you because you could have brought us to life, they say. And now we have to go to the grave together. So I ask you today.
That's the breakout.
How many ghosts are going to be around your bed when your time comes?
One of the most important things, never, ever quit. Never quit. And I've seen people quitting. And if they would have held out longer, they would have been successful. I've seen it so much. I've seen some of the most brilliant people in the world that never made it because they were quitters. They were just quitters. They would quit. They just couldn't take it. They couldn't whatever. Now, you have to also have flexibility, though.
Order filled.
You can't necessarily say, I'm never giving up, and you got to be able to weave and bob. You don't have to go through a concrete wall. You have to have flexibility. You have to always be able to change course a little bit. Maybe always with that same goal, but don't quit.
I mean, we gambled the company on Lisa. If Lisa had bombed, Apple would be just one more computer company. Everything went into that. For 3.5 years, the best and the brightest at Apple worked on this product. Now, how come they came to Apple to work on this? We hired these people from other companies. And the reason they came to Apple was because they knew what to do, but the companies they were working for wouldn't take the risk and do it. And we said, come to Apple and build this. And they said, well, who do I have to convince to do that? Nobody, just go do it. And we got a collection of I think some of the finest computer scientists in the world that just went and did it. The group of people that do not use quality in their marketing are the Japanese. You never see them using quality in their marketing. It's only the American companies that do. And yet, If you ask people on the street which products have the best reputation for quality, they will tell you the Japanese products. Now, why is that? How could that be? The answer is because customers don't form their opinions on quality from marketing. They don't form their opinions on quality from who won the Deming Award or who won the Baldrige Award. They form their opinions on quality from their own experience with the products or the services. And so one can spend enormous amounts of money on quality. One can win every quality award there is, and yet if your products don't live up to it, customers will not keep that opinion for long in their minds.
How do you, or how can you, stay focused and disciplined for long periods of time?
Cut out the distractions. It's not about focus. Same thing like it's not about motivation, it's about discipline. You know, it's not about these fancy, glamorous things. Focus, it's not about that. If you cut out all distraction, the only thing that's left is focus. So cut out all the noise, and I think for once you'll actually enjoy working.
If I teach you, you work for me for free. And I said, why for free? And my poor dad went nuts. He says, because if I pay you, you think like an employee. Your brain will change. If you learn never to work for money, you'll be a rich man.
Live your life to the fullest and take the calculated risk of what it means to be an entrepreneur if in fact that's in your blood. I can promise you if there's 100 people in a room, 100 people have some level of insecurity. You can't have any self-doubt about your commitment and conviction to do this. You might have self-doubt about your ability to succeed, to raise the money, to attract the right people. You don't want to be 40, 50, 60 years old and continuously go back in your life and say, I had this phenomenal idea. I wish I would have done it. Don't look back and have regrets.
There's this thing people think that like, I'll be happy when? Once I get like this big, amazing home, or once I get this car, or once I get this relationship or an amount of money, then I'll allow myself some happiness. The problem is the finish line always moves. You never arrive there, right? The other part is people think, well, if I enjoy myself now, I'm gonna lose my drive. In other words, if I can just wire myself with enough pain all the time, I won't lose my drive or ambition. The truth is there's no correlation between the two at all. There's no relationship between you feeling complete pain all the time and losing drive. For me, our brains, there's dopamine hit you get when you do something successful. If you constantly cheat yourself out of that hit, right, biomechanically in your body, less and less in the future will you want to achieve the next level, the next dream, the next step. And that's why so many people stall out in life. They got to a certain point and they cheated themselves out of the bliss, out of the celebration. It's important that we celebrate our wins. We celebrate our lives because it causes us to want the...
Do you like having a tough skin? Do you think you have to have a killer instinct in order to be successful?
I think you have to have some, to a large extent, I think you do have to have at least a winning instinct. I think that the world is made up of people with either killer instincts or without killer instincts. And the people that seem to emerge all the time, it doesn't mean they're the best people, and it doesn't mean they're the happiest people. And in fact, in many cases, and in most cases, they're probably not. But the people that seem to emerge are the people that are competitive and driven and with a certain instinct to win.
You use the word competitive and driven. I'd like to know, what drives you?
Enjoyment. Pure and simple enjoyment, Brenda.
I want to buy the enjoyment, but somehow I feel that there is something underneath it, that there's something more that makes you want to succeed, want to be who you are.
Well,
what do you think it is?
Maybe I can just, but maybe I could just...
Hey, little window today, little opportunity. They present themselves all the time in life. Right now, here's a big one for you. Whatever you're chasing right now, your dream, your business, your better body, right? Your better mindset, more spirituality. Just remember this right now. Most people are dragging today. They're dragging. It's after 4th of July weekend. It's the summer, all kinds of stuff on the news. There's a little window right now, what I always call separation season. There's all these mini seasons in life. And one of them's usually after a 4th of July weekend, usually summertime. And now with everything in the news, you got a little window right now. You press the accelerator down, they flinch, you go. You're like a dripping faucet. You just keep coming. You just keep going. When they flinch, when they get weak, when they get distracted, they get tired, you blow their doors off.
About how I made a career was I was patient. So I would say to anybody still today, if you're going to be good at something, it does take a while. Just enjoy the getting there. You're going to get fed up, you're going to get disheartened, and people are going to tell you you're useless. Had all that. But what I can say, after about 15 or 20 years, I learned how to do something well, and I enjoyed that getting there as much as being there.
I was pretty happy with my life. My wife was not. What she saw was a college dropout who spent too much time in the mountains doing foolish things. She wanted me to work full-time as a computer programmer. My family was still mad at me for not going to medical school. And now my wife was divorcing me because I lacked ambition. It looked like a reoccurrence of the same old problem. Once again, I was unable to live up to the expectations of others. But this time, I was not disappointed in myself. Their dreams and my dreams were different. I would never confuse the two of them again.
You see, I'm so loyal to people. Maybe I'm loyal to a fault, but I'm so loyal to people that when somebody's slightly disloyal to me, I look upon it as a great act of horror.
Then how are you different than you were 3 or 4 years ago?
Well, I used to say, and in fact, I think I said in my first book that, and maybe this was foolish, but I really meant it, that someday I'd like to maybe lose everything for a period of time to see who's loyal and who's not loyal. And frankly, I found out a lot of things.
Did you find out who's loyal and not
loyal? I tell you what, and you can't guess it. You can't predict it. Some of the people that were least loyal to me are people that I think I would have treated them differently. I think I would have treated different groups differently. I would have wiped the floor with the guys that weren't loyal, which I will now do, which is, I love getting even with them. But I will wipe.
You love getting even.
Oh, absolutely. You don't believe in the eye for the eye? You do.
No.
I know you well enough. I think you do. But anyway,
But tell me, I mean, you're going to get even with some people.
Yeah, I know, if given the opportunity, I will get even with some people that are disloyal to me.
There are a lot of good ideas. There are a lot of good ideas. There are a lot of good ideas. Translating a good idea into a great product is unbelievably hard. There are so many details.
If I can speak to myself in 5 years, I hope that I'd be able to tell myself, you've made the most of it. You've squeezed the most out of life, and look back, smile, and savor what's to come.
I knew nothing when I got started. Right, I mean, you have to remember, I was 19 years old when I started Facebook, right? So, I mean, probably like the same
19.
age or younger than most of you guys. And I knew nothing about business at all. So many things go wrong when you're starting a company, and often I think people ask, what mistakes should you avoid making? And my answer to that question is don't even bother trying to avoid mistakes because you're going to make tons of mistakes, right? And the important thing is actually learning quickly from whatever mistakes you make and not giving up.
We're playing a character.
Yeah.
And at any time, you could decide to turn the page and write a new chapter in your life and become a whole new character. There just became a point where I'm like, you know what? I am confident. I am stronger. I am funnier. I just started to step into this person. I started to write a new character. I believe there's a man I was born to be. I believe there's a man or woman you were born to be. So kind of the ultimate version of you. And I have this hallucination no matter what your faith life is. That's completely your personal belief. But I think at the end of life, you're going to meet that person you were capable of becoming. I really do believe that. I believe you're introduced to this person, the ultimate version of you, the places you could have gone, the differences you could have made, the memories you could have had, the moments of your life. And to me, bliss, heaven, if you will, is meeting that person and we're identical twins. And hell, and a typical terrible way to die would be to never be anywhere near close, to be total strangers with that person.
Work hard. You're going to need some luck, but the harder you work, the luckier you get. And if it doesn't work out, that's not the end of the world. I just don't have anything in common with people that sit there and say, oh my God, it was terrible. So it's water over the dam, under the bridge. Get on with it and start another business the next day or another career. And be honest, look in a mirror and say, why didn't it work out? Well, it wasn't the skill set, or I didn't have the temperament for it, or I was in the wrong place, wrong time. Maybe I can afford to do it again, maybe I can't. But people aren't honest with themselves.
People with very high expectations have very low resilience. And unfortunately, resilience matters in success. I don't know how to teach it to you except for I hope suffering happens to you. Today, I use the phrase pain and suffering inside our company with great glee. And the reason, and I mean that, boy, this is going to cause a lot of pain and suffering. And I mean that in a happy way, because you want to train, you want to refine the character of your company. You want greatness out of them. And greatness is not intelligence. Greatness comes from character, and character isn't formed out of smart people. It's formed out of people who suffered.
Our obsessions become our possessions.
what you obsess about most regularly, you will eventually possess in your life. The challenge for most people is that we obsess on the things we're fearful of, what we don't have, what we're worried about. And then we end up possessing those things over and over again, rather than programming ourselves to become obsessed with what we want, what our dreams are, what we believe we deserve. When we become obsessed about those things, long term, we end up possessing those things.
So what is a poverty or poor mindset versus a wealth or abundance mindset? What do they both encompass?
The beginning for me is a poverty mindset is when you believe you are poor, or you believe that you are the cause of the situation. I never believed that I was poor. I just believed our current situation was poor.
Right.
So I got to a point where I didn't want to be in that situation. But there was nothing wrong with me. My mom loved me. I was a good human being. I just had to get out of the situation.
There's no substitute for hard work. The best time you're ever going to have is when it starts out just you, and it'd be great if it grows into a wonderful, big, profitable company. But you're never going to be happier and more satisfied than you are in the first year or so of getting your business going. You should do every single thing. You sweep up when everybody goes home. You're the first one in. You plug in the coffee pot so when your people come in, they have hot coffee and can get straight to work. Work through lunch, set an example for them, but there's no substitute for hard work. People say luck, yes, but the harder you work, the luckier you get.
I am a nice guy until somebody starts complaining to me about how hard they have it. And I have to tell you, nothing pisses me off more than people that complain. Or people that have this feeling that life owes them something. Life doesn't owe you anything. Never complain.
I don't care what your business is, men, women, you have to understand that you're going into a huge lifestyle change. And I tell people it's not for everybody. Don't do it if you don't have the stamina to get kicked around and driven into the ground and get up and do it again and beaten up by people that tell you, this is not kumbaya stuff. This is hardcore stuff.
What's the best piece of advice he ever gave you? In a world that's changing so quickly, the biggest risk you can take is not taking any risk.
Is it some kind of a surprise that the economy goes up and the economy goes down? If that's as obvious as it sounds, how could any responsible enterprise be run by executives that don't take that truth into account? And what are we to do when there's a downturn? Burn the place down? Fire everybody? How illogical and immature is that? That's exactly what happens in most businesses. A bunch of dimwits get in a room and start cutting costs. You can take waste out of a business, but once you get that puppy down to where it should be, the next buck you save, you've just changed the promise you made to the public. And then you lose your credibility and you lose your business. Capital structure's got to be able to anticipate the certainty of business cycles and the loss of profitability.
Apple's strategy is really simple. What we want to do is we want to put an incredibly great computer in a book that you can carry around with you, that you can learn how to use in 20 minutes. We don't know how to do that now. It's impossible technically. So we had three options. One was to do nothing. The second one was to put a piece of garbage computer in a book. And we can do that, but our competitors are doing that, and so we don't need to do that. The third option was to design the computer that we want to put into the book eventually, even though we can't put it into the book now. And right now, it fits in a bread box, and it's $10,000, and it's called Lisa. The next thing we will do is we will find a way to put it in a shoebox and sell it for like $2,500. And that'll be the next step. And finally, we'll find a way to get it in a book and sell it for under $1,000. When you grow up, you tend to get told that the world is the way it is, and your life is just to live your life inside the world, try not to bash into the walls too much, try to have a nice family life, have fun, save a little money. That's a very limited life. Life can be much broader once you discover one simple fact, and that is everything around you that you call life was made up by people that were no smarter than you. And you can change it. You can influence it. You can build your own things that other people can use. And the minute that you understand that you can poke life and actually something will, if you push in, something will pop out the other side, that you can change it, you can mold it. Once you learn that, you'll never be the same again.
There's a funny thing about people that make their own money for the first time. They have an attitude towards money that's different. Hell, I made this money myself, and I'll spend it as I damn please. First generation wealth has a great tendency towards consumer spending. Look at China. There is no old money in China, and they want the good life. Got a Rolex store in the Wynn, Macau, does $150,000 a day. On the other side of the border, you can get a copy of one of these for 1 penny on a dollar. And it looks exactly the same, but they don't want the Lindy, they want the real thing. They want the Birka bag. They want the Kelly bag. And that's the explanation of what's going on in China. It's also the explanation of Brazil and Mexico and Chile.
Success is a 5-step process. First, you have to know what you're going after, your goals. Then you encounter your problems. Number 2, you encounter your problems on the way to your goals. Then you have to diagnose those problems and get at the root causes of those problems. And that might be a weakness that you have or a weakness that somebody has, but you better get at the root cause. And then once you got the root cause, then you can design something.
I'm waiting for it to go under here because this is where I bought in. So
that's number 4, design. And then number 5, you got to do it. Yes, you just can't say, okay, now I'm going to do that thing and not push through to results. And if you can do that over and over, that's a formula for success. You only have to do those 5 things, you got the formula for success.
If you stay in your comfort zone, that's where you will fail. You will fail in your comfort zone. Success is not a comfortable procedure. It is a very uncomfortable thing to attempt. So you got to get comfortable being uncomfortable if you ever want to be successful.
The only thing that you can do is win so big that all of them constantly compare themselves to you. And then you'll forget they exist. Success is the only revenge. He's like, it's not the best revenge. He's like, it's the only one. There's no other revenge. When you win, that's when you become so big that they shrink into irrelevance. You cast a shadow that no one even can see them behind you.
The greatest people are self-managing. They don't need to be managed. If they know what, if once they know what to do, they'll go figure out how to do it. They don't need to be managed at all. What they need is a common vision. And that's what leadership is. What leadership is having a vision, being able to articulate that so the people around you can understand it, and getting a consensus on a common vision.
Everybody on earth gets happier if they live within their means. I believe that what buys happiness is living within the money you make. Funny. So if you make $49,000 a year, you can be remarkably happy if you have humility and you live a $37,000 a year life. If you live a $90,000 a year life and get into debt because you're trying to keep up with the Joneses, even though you're not capable of making that kind of money, you're gonna get hurt. Live within your means and you get very happy.
You think that I know a lot. I want to make clear, like from the first line of my first book, the reality is that I'm a dumb shit, and that whatever I know is only a small percentage of what I need to know in order to be successful. And so whatever success I've had in life has had to do more with my knowing how to deal with not knowing than anything I know.
Big leaders only have to do a few things. Big leaders have to identify the big ideas. They have to enforce tough execution against those big ideas. And they need to grow the next generation of leaders. That's really it.
So what I would tell the kid is like, look, dude, your first target needs to be the top 1%. No breaks, no vacations, no cars, no watches until you get in the 1% club.
If a person would sit down and let their body relax, totally relax, okay, and then start to visualize in their mind, see themselves the way they want to see themselves.
That would have been right.
See how you'd like to live your life.
Really
see
right
yourself
when I got
living it
stopped
that
out is
way.
when it goes up.
Take that picture and describe it. Write it out in the present tense. I am so happy now that I see myself, and write it out. Start to read it, and read it, and read it, and read it every day. Carry it around and keep reading it. The one point that all the great teachers all down through history have all agreed on, they've been in complete unanimous agreement on it, we become what we think about. A lot of people will laugh at this and say, that doesn't make any sense. Now, it may be fantasy at first, it might even appear to us as being a lie. But if you read it often enough, you'll start to believe it.
So our thoughts control our actions?
Our thoughts control our feelings. Okay. Our feelings control our actions.
I've been happy broke, and I've been happy rich, and happy rich is way better. I'll just tell you that.
I have been happy when I was broke. I've been happy broke. I've had a loving family. But I can't create happiness for a whole lot of other people without any money.
I feel so strongly that the reason I'm here is I dreamed big dreams. I dreamed the kind of dreams that other people said would not be possible. I'm also living proof. This isn't a Hollywood movie. I come literally from the other side of the tracks. If you saw where I grew up and we took a picture of it, the neighborhood, the setting, you'd say it's impossible that someone could come from there and get here. But it is possible. And not to sound too trite, it's possible because we still live in a country where the entrepreneurial spirit is so alive and so well. And anyone in this country, if you dream big and surround yourself with great people and leave your ego at the door and share success with others and have a little luck along the way, you can do anything. But there will be people along the way, and I remember this, who will say to you, you know, you're dreaming too big. It's not possible. Those things just can't happen. Don't allow anyone, friend, family, acquaintance, teachers, whoever it is, don't allow anyone to tell you that what you are dreaming for yourself and your family is not possible. It is possible. Don't be one of those people 20 years from now are going to be walking around in a 9-to-5 job, miserable and angry and bitter because you let your dreams get away from you because you did not believe strongly enough in yourself and what was possible. Don't allow that to happen. This is an unbelievable time. And I can't encourage you enough to continue to think that things are possible and that your dreams can come true.
How the global ecosystem comes together.
You will have many opportunities to reinvent yourself, and so so I think it's worthwhile taking risks and trying to do something you're really excited by. And if the first attempt you don't do it, you can try again, and things tend to work out in the long run. In Silicon Valley, part of the reason so many people start up a company is starting up a company and even having failed, you can wear it like a badge of honor, right? And I think that's important. Culturally, risk is rewarded. I remember when I started working at Google, if I went and people were discussing ideas, the other people who heard the ideas try to build on those ideas. They encourage you. So it's a culture of optimism. It's a culture of risk taking, and I think that's really important. So
somebody taught me a long time ago a very valuable lesson, which is if you do the right things on the top line, the bottom line will follow. And what they meant by that was if you get the right strategy, if you have the right people, and if you have the right culture at your company, you'll do the right products, you'll do the right marketing, you'll do the right things logistically and in manufacturing and distribution. And if you do all those things right, the bottom line will follow. I don't know, there are very few people, look at the most successful people in the world, I know very few of them that haven't had a major failure. If you read through they're not the financially most successful people. If you read through the Forbes billionaire list and read their stories, they've had failed businesses and they've lost everything. And they've hung on they almost died holding on to a ledge. What's his name? The guy on CBS. Sumner Fire. Sumner. So there are lots of examples of people who had huge adversity. And I think it's how you deal with adversity that determines your ultimate success, as opposed to how you deal with success that determines your ultimate success.
They say your network equals your net worth. Your ability to move this planet, to change things, to get investors, funding, money, is determined by who you know. If you got a money problem, I guarantee it's got something to do with your network. Okay, if you're having marriage problems, I assure you with 100% certainty, if you're having marriage problems, there's somebody in your network that believes in marriage problems. If you're having kitty problems, not kitty, meow. I'm talking about if you got problems with your kids, it's because your network is having problems with children. If you have a time
Oh
problem,
shit, hell of all the
I
time.
don't have enough time. I can't find enough time. I'm working too hard. I never have time. I can't find time to work out. I can't find time for the kids. I can't find time for the marriage. You have a network of people that have time problem.
Fundamental connection to doing business is basically relationships. You know, people really, if you really think about it, people want to do business with people they like. I mean, every now and then you'll do a deal with the devil, but you don't really like the devil, but you do it sometime. But you'd really much rather do business with somebody you like, somebody who shares your value, somebody who you know is committed to the same objectives you are, somebody who's willing to work as hard as you are. And when you find those people, those are the people you want to bring under your tent to be part of your business objective. And you've got to do that by, you know, sort of presenting yourself in a way that people clearly understand that you are committed to creating value. Business people want to create value. Doesn't mean they don't want to have fun. Doesn't mean that they don't want to be involved in other kinds of things. But if you can say, go to someone and convince them that I can help you create value, and by your ability to articulate that and to communicate it, and to give people the impression that you will work as hard as they will to create that value, you're going to find people wanting to come to you. And so for me, it's sort of been like that throughout my whole career, is being able to say to people and talk to people in a way that convinces them that I am going to do everything I can to help make what they want to achieve a success, and by extension, I'm going to be a success. When I started BET, the guy who invested in BET is a guy named John Maloney. He was at that time the operator of the third largest cable company in Denver, Colorado. And he kept investing money into BET without taking additional equity. And as BET became a big success, you know, I ended up with about 75% of the company. He ended up with about 25% of the company. And one day I asked him, I said, John, you put over $500,000 in BET on a startup. You put it in as debt. You didn't put it in as equity, which would have given him greater ownership. I said, why'd you do it that way? And he said, Bob, I always knew you would work harder for yourself than you would for me.
Damn.
And it was that kind of commitment. So if you can convey to people that you're willing to work hard for them and for yourself, you've got a business partner. You're connecting the dots.
And my approach in business, in my personal life, in a management role, is extreme candor. And I think that if you live that way, you know, you'll run the risk of offending various people over time, but you'll have much better relationships because, you know, if you tell people the truth, first of all, it's not typical. You know, a lot of people, in the interest of politeness or fear of confrontation, or it's just uncomfortable, don't speak the truth. And that goes for people on boards. You know, there are lots of examples of super talented people sitting around the room as an institution is failing. Think of all the banks during the crisis where people were not willing to confront the CEO. So I'm willing to confront the CEO, but I'm completely candid with him about his successes and his failures.
You famously started Spanx with $5,000 in your bank account. What was the hardest part about getting Spanx off the ground?
The hardest part about getting Spanx off the ground was definitely in the very beginning, when you first have an idea as an inventor and you've thought of something that doesn't exist and you want to bring it into the world. There were two things that were happening. One was my own self-doubt was a really hard part of the journey, and then the beginning of all the manufacturers that I was having to cold call.
Has been around for more than a decade, and so is NetSuite. You know, NetSuite's been around longer than Salesforce, and people are saying, well, that's cloud computing. You know, Google's now cloud computing. Everyone's cloud computing. My objection to cloud computing was everyone simply looks around, oh, like I've always been doing cloud computing. You know, it's like, like 10 years ago, but cloud computing, the term's only 4 years old. Yeah, but I, you know, like everything's in the cloud now, you know? And my objection is the absurdity. You don't like no, it's not that I don't like the idea of what is, I mean, it's this nonsense. I mean, the guys say, oh, it's in the cloud. Well, what is that? Then you say, are we dead? Yeah, we're dead. If there's no hardware or software in the cloud, we are so screwed. But it's not water vapor. All it is a computer attached to a network. What are you talking about? I mean, what do you think Google runs on?
I'll ask you.
Do they run on water vapor? I mean, cloud. They have it's databases.
How about the next question?
And Omni Cloud. What are you talking about? Now,
or even through my friends or through my mum and dad's friends, whoever was around us, no one thought that we'd ever be anything. No one thought that like our art could sell and we could make money that way and we could build careers that way. Everyone always expected us, especially my granddad, just expected us to go into the family business.
Imagine spending 10 years of your life only thinking about one thing every waking hour of the day. We agreed not to drink, we didn't do drugs, like we didn't date, we didn't do anything. We just literally obsessed from the time we woke up to the time we went to bed. That's literally all we did.
A whole bunch of people walking around out here who have no idea how talented they truly are. Now I'm talking about talent, like some God-given ability. Talent that sometimes you have to hone, you have to work on, and you have to harness yourself. And they just walk around just on their phones, just clueless to how powerful they are.
It doesn't make sense to continue wanting something if you're not willing to do what it takes to get it. If you don't want to live the lifestyle, then release yourself from the desire. To crave the result, but not the process, is to guarantee disappointment. Success really just boils down to this. You gotta want it more than you hate what it takes to get it. If you're willing to suck at anything for 100 days in a row, you can beat most people at most things.
It's very easy to take credit for the thinking. The doing is more concrete, but it's very easy for somebody to say, oh, I thought of this 3 years ago. But usually when you dig a little deeper, you find that the people that really did it were also the people that really worked through the hard intellectual problems as well.
I'm not talented enough to do that. Some people are. Some people can start at 1. Some people don't have to start at all. If you lack talent, you can't sit back and say, I'll start in half an hour. I can't do that. I gotta start now. And after I get back from starting, I gotta start again. And then when I get done with that run or that study session, if it wasn't good enough, I gotta go back again. Because repetition is what taught me everything. So you can honestly outwork anything.
If everybody who's like at the bottom and feels like they have nothing going for them, reframe that as I have nothing going for me, which also means that I have nothing to lose by taking action, it makes you a much more dangerous person. And I think that was the flip that I've had repeatedly shown to me in my life that allowed me to take the step that I was afraid to take.
Like I want to wake you up at 3 o'clock in the morning and go, come on, man, we're going running. Like I want to see what you do when you're tired. Let me see how you push yourself. Come on, man, get up again tomorrow. Get up again tomorrow.
Buddy.
Get up again tomorrow. The next day, get up. Keep going. How long can you maintain a positive attitude? Where's all this teaching?
We want this
teaching
5
people. You
minute
can't do shit
candle.
yourself. You need to show people that you could do it.
We need this 5 minute candle to close in out of
had to
here.
stop thinking normal.
So it's 2 more
I can
minutes
no longer
left.
be a common man
This 5
walking
minute
around
candle.
doing common things. But no one taught me this stuff. It wasn't like I had, I paid a trainer to come train me. Jenny Craig didn't come down and miracle my ass. None of this happened. It was on me. And that's what you have to realize. Everything you do, you may have some support, you may not, but it's on you. You have to make the decision whether you want to be a badass or whether you just want to be mediocre and everything's okay. But being a badass hurts real bad. And that's why I didn't want to do it.
That's your moment. It's not that all is lost. When you're feeling the most trapped and down and nothing can't go right, I feel like those are the moments that define you. Those are those character canon moments that are like, what am I going to do now? You know? How do you respond to that? And
We need 800 now.
thinking your way, feeling your way, working your way through those things on the other side, it's like, I don't know who said the saying, but like usually, you're the closest to getting what you want. It's always the hardest. It's always the feeling when you're getting ready to, people give up right before they get what they've always wanted to get. People quit and they give up. And I will not be the person who quit before I got what I wanted or what I needed or what I felt I was supposed to have, and if that wasn't for me, it wasn't for me. I'm gonna keep grinding, I'm gonna keep knocking on the door until I get what I feel. That's been something I've always felt.
All you do is you focus on the starter, the second guy. You don't worry about what you're focused on.
You came here to be the best. I want you at this program. And if you're going to be the best, you got to beat out the best.
Because this is why it is. People forget about anything that you can think of. You need to love pain to be an athlete. And I know, no pain, no this, whatever, all the, you know, the, oh my, no, this is real. You need to love pain.
Is I got to a point, I be running, I was like, okay, man, we could do 10 miles today. I get to 10 miles, like, oh no, motherfucker. That fucking demon that I let out every fucking morning that walks the streets at night, he comes saying, no, bitch, not today, man. There's somebody out there that you don't know, have never fucking met in your entire life, that is doing 12, 13, 14. You're gonna do another one. And when you meet them, you ain't gonna be fucking ready. So, Goggins kept on running.
The greatest achievement of somebody comes right after their worst defeat. When they've hit rock bottom, hit the bottom of the barrel, they got nothing left. Everyone's given up on them. They've lost all their worldly possessions. They're dead broke on their back. It's at that point, guys, when everything's lost, that everything can be gained. There's no more ego there, is there? They let go of, what if I fail? What if it doesn't work? What if I don't like, what if this person rejects me? The animosity, the pressures of society, let it all go because they've lost it all. They're just now left with the intestinal fortitude, the pride within. Do I want to stay on the bottom of this barrel or do I climb the fuck out of this hole? And that is a spark of what it turns out to be their greatest moment, their greatest hour.
That's what it takes. To do anything successfully in life, you've got to want it as bad as you want to breathe. And if you want it that bad, if you're willing to give it that much, you get a big piece of what you want.
If you're good at running, all you want to do is run. If you're great at reading, you have several books. But we don't do those things that we're not good at. So for me, I realized, shit, man, like, I keep on running away from these things I'm not good at. I have to dive into these things. I have to become one with these things, and that's what happened. And so I own them both, and I talk very openly about them both.
No one is going to beat you at being you. One of the things I like to say is, like, find what feels like play to you, but looks like work to others. So it looks like work to them, but to you it feels like play. It's not work. So you're going to outcompete them because you're doing it effortlessly. You're doing it for fun. They're doing it for work. They're doing it for some byproduct. To you, it's art, it's beauty, it's joy, it's flow, it's fulfilling.
Every time you tell your sad, pathetic story, all you do is you reinforce the fact that you're sad, you're pathetic, you're undeserving. Effectively, you reinforce the fact that you're okay with being a loser. I don't want you to be a fucking loser. What if you told people the story of, hey, I had a fucked up life, but I don't want to tell you that. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do next, and I'm going to go out and do it, right? That is what self-development is about. That is what peak performance is about. That is what breaking through self-limiting beliefs is about, is rewriting the story, because as long as you have breath in your lungs, as long as your heart is beating, as long as you have consciousness in your mind, you can go and rewrite the story of how your life ends and how your life continues from this day forward, the legacy that you live.
This workout's gonna test you guys. It's gonna break you too. But in doing so, it's gonna grow you. Just like life itself, man. You go at things, you try them. Even if you fail, you get back up and you continue to try and fail, continue to try and fail. And ensuring you never fail to try, because nothing's impossible. Just a spelling of impossible. It's but possible. Today we make believe in that.
If you want to be really great at something, you kind of have to be out of your fucking mind, but you also have to have an iron will.
Yeah.
You don't want to work out every day.
Yeah.
There's gonna be days you just want to eat cake and sleep.
Yeah.
But if you want to get past the guy who eats cake and sleeps, you don't eat cake and you don't sleep.
Wherever you want to go, to ensure when you come back to the gym, it's like that best friend you haven't seen forever. Years go by. When you see him, boom, not seconds pass. Not a second will pass. You won't miss a step. When you're progression for success in the gym. This workout, the body weight beatdown, full body weight stuff, 6-part module, meaning there's 6 parts of the body. We got shoulders, which is a push. We got back, which is a pull. Chest, another push. Arms, basically with bicep stuff. Triceps, we're gonna do a pull right there. Hit abdominals and then legs, 6 things. We're gonna do 2 cycles of that, round robin style. 2 sets per each exercise for 1 rotation, 1 cycle. Then we'll go into the next cycle. Every single set to failure. Then when you come back to the gym, fuck it, you're stronger than you were when you left.
In order to be your best, you need to maximize your physical, your mental, and your emotional. And we're talking about physical, you're talking about talent, which is great, and that's a great bar to set. You need to have the height, the weight, the speed, the ability, the physical ability. But then you need, to me, the ability to learn, process information, take in lots of information to be able to apply it, take what you're learning from a meeting room out to a field. And then you need to bring a competitive stamina to practice every day to be your best.
Most people are sleeping right now because it's dreary. You know, if you look at 365 days of the year, a good third of them are dreary. 1/3 of your opportunity to become something this year. You're gonna let it pass by? You can get the fuck out of bed and make it happen. You might think that bed's warm, feels all comfortable. You come here, you kill it, give it everything you have, leave it all here. The warmth you feel after that, second to none, man. Second to none. No sheet can provide that comfort for you. When you give it all here, guys, and you leave it all here, you're at your weakest state, bottom of the barrel. What's about to happen? Your greatest triumph. You kill yourself on pride in here, leaving nothing to spare. What's gonna come? The growth of opportunity.
But if you think about like a workout, a sprint, a whatever, it's like, did you really go 100? Like, did you really lock in your mindset and say, if this was for everything, if the end state meant this, like, you know, my kids' lives are literally on the line. If I do not run at absolute 100%.
How's the progress? It's going pretty good,
how far
actually.
Would I dig in? How far would I go? How hard would I hit?
After
Like, how hard
fucking
would I
up
go?
eval
What does
yesterday,
100% look like?
I got
And a lot of
another
people
one
never touch
off
it. They
stream,
never understand
got
their
it
full
to
capability, their full threshold, because they never
1400.
They've never sit
I
down, they've never
locked
turned
myself
their mind
out
and
on
body
accident
on
for the
what
New
is
York
100?
session.
Like, what is
So I got another
absolutely
eval,
everything? I feel like
and that's the
I
one
did
I'm
it for a
working on
long
right
time.
now.
I'd
So
save it for tomorrow.
on the
Like, I'd save it for
verge
the
of
next
getting
time. Like,
hopefully
I'm gonna save a little in the tank. What if you never have an opportunity to use
But you know,
anything
we
in that
need,
tank
we
ever
need
again?
$3,000
What
in
if today's the
profit
last time you're
for that
ever
to
gonna
happen.
do it?
I knew I was going to do something different, and I knew I had to put like my heart and soul into this bodybuilding. I had to change my life. I had to. I didn't want to. I had to. It was my destiny. And honestly, like looking back on my life, it's almost like a movie that played out, that was predetermined. Deep down,
Fuck,
I
man, I
knew
got
this
stopped
was
there. I
going to
shouldn't
happen.
have had it
I
there.
knew that I was destined for something different. And that was the motivation. Change my life. Get out of this, everything what's around me. I don't want it. And for me, this was a huge motivation. Do or die, really, like, this is not for me. So, and this is what I'm supposed to do. This is what I'm good at. And I love doing it.
The point is that there's some games you don't get to play unless you're all in. And the other thing that's so interesting about being alive is that you're all in. No matter what you do, you're all in. This is going to kill you. So I think you might as well play the most magnificent game you can while you're waiting. Because do you have anything better to do? Really? Why not pick the best thing possible that you could do? Why not do that? Maybe you could justify your wretched existence to yourself that way. I think you could. That's what it looks like.
And these people that don't want to, stay home, man. Stay home and do your thing. Good luck to you. I wish you all the luck in the world. There's going to be a small group of hungry savages out there that are going to run every one of you over. And you can sit home and you can cry and complain about how you didn't get yours and it's because this person had this opportunity that you didn't have. It's all bullshit crybaby stuff that's going on in the whole world, like you said, but more so in the United States like I've never seen before.
And I want to see you develop into the 2.0 version of yourself. And that only happens when you are ready to let go of living like an average human and start living like a savage who deserves success, abundance, happiness, security, prosperity, legacy, meaning, fulfillment, significance, purpose. Doesn't that sound sexy? Like you're either gonna play video games sitting on a couch having fucking Cheeto dust in your belly button. That's gonna be the highlight of your day, telling your sad victim story to others. Or you could literally take the pen back and start rewriting the story of how your life goes from this day forward. That takes fucking work. And if you're willing to do the work, you will achieve the outcome.
It's so easy to be great nowadays, my friend, because most people are weak. Most people don't want to go to that extra mile. Most people don't want to find that extra because it sucks. It's miserable. It's lonely. You talk about that you were kind of, lonely by yourself. I was the same way. And that used to hurt me growing up.
now I fucking thrive in that shit. That's the only place to be.
Be willing to change, to try something new. Keep your mind open and fluid and flexible. Be willing to accept feedback from your environment and correct your course. This is a key quality of peak performers. They're not rigid, they're flexible. Remember, it's not what you have, but what you do with what you have that separates winners from losers. It's not what happens to you, but how you respond to what happens to you that counts. In the final analysis, your response to the adversity of life is the real measure of who you are and what you're made of.
The more you do things that are natural to you, the less competition you have. You escape competition through authenticity, by being your own self. If I had to summarize how to be successful in life in 2 words, I would just say productize yourself. That's it. Just figure out what it is that you naturally do that the world might want, that you can scale up and turn into a product. And it'll eventually be effortless for you. Yes, there's always work required, but it won't even feel like work to you. It'll feel like play to you.
You have to go to a different focus. The focus has to be so heightened that very few people, they even understand that, but they have it in them. They have it in them to go there. But you have to go to a place of fear, of suffering, of pain, of doubt. And that's when your mind, if it knows it's not gonna quit, it opens up. And once it opens up, that's my 40% rule. Once you can open your mind up when it knows it's not gonna quit, it finds more. It finds more focus, it finds more power, it finds more drive. And that's what gets you through the 31 miles. That's what gets him so hyper-focused on that one little nodule to put his finger on. And that's what you find in those moments. But without those moments, you don't know what you're capable of, because you're living a very structured life without risk.
All the shit that you have to do when you're going through buzz training, the 6 months of breaking you down and building you back up, they teach you could do anything just by making you do anything. So you will understand how you can pass your limits. What you thought your limits were are no longer your limits. That's what I feel like is missing from a lot of people that are getting into motivational this and motivational that. They ain't doing shit. You gotta go do something. That's the #1 thing, right? It's fucking action. Take action.
You know, if you were 2,000 years ago, you're born on a farm, your choices are very limited, right? You're gonna do stuff on that farm. Now you can literally wake up and you can move to a different city. You can switch careers, you can switch jobs, you can change the people that you're with. You know, you can change so many things about who you are and who you're with and what you're doing, that there is infinite opportunity out there for you, literally infinite. And so it's much better to treat this like a search function, to find the people who need you the most, to find the work that needs you the most, to find the place you're best suited to be at. And it's worthwhile to spend time in that exploration before diving into exploitation. The biggest mistake in a world with so many choices is premature commitment. If you prematurely commit to being a lawyer or a doctor, and now you've got 5 years invested into that, you might have just completely missed. You might just end up in the wrong profession, the wrong place, the wrong people for 30 years of your life grinding away. And yes, the best time to figure that out was before, but the second best time is now. So just change it.
And I was talking with my friend earlier this week, and he was like, well, what separated you on the football field? And I was like, I think there was part of me that was a psychopath out there, because I was extremely hyper-competitive every day. I didn't feel like, okay, let's get to Sunday, and then now it's the time. Like, every day was the time. And every day is the time to give your best. And even if it's practice, do your best in practice. And I learned that in college. Like, if I didn't do my best in practice, I wasn't gonna play on the weekend because there was no entitlement.
Be the hero of your own movie. If your life was a movie and it started now, forget about whatever financial disasters you've had, personal failures, relationship failures. What would the hero of your life's movie do right now? Do that. Do those things. We define ourselves far too often by our past failures. We look at our past and we say, well, that's me. That's not you. You are this person right now. You're the person who's learned from those failures, and you can choose to be the hero of your own movie right now. Write down your goals. Write down things you want to improve. Write down things you won't tolerate from yourself. Write down things that you've done in the past that you never want to see yourself do again, and go forth from here as the hero of your own movie.
That everything that you're worried about is going to be gone like that. The people that are criticizing you, they're going to be gone, you're going to be gone. All this hand-wringing worry and concern over how are people viewing me and someone said something bad about me and you get so upset about it is wasted time and energy. Marcus Aurelius says your only focus should be on getting better at what you're doing. Focus on what you're doing, get better at what you're doing. Everything else is a complete waste of time.
What's a value that I learned as a child that has really helped me become the man I am today and pursuing to be? And the one that I remember the most, and was preached to me by my dad, is this: don't half-ass it. Don't half-ass it. Boy, that never goes out of style, does it? I mean, think about it. If you're gonna do something, if you've chosen to do something, whatever it is, easy, hard, if you give it your all and you don't half-ass it, win, lose, draw, get what you want, don't get what you want, whatever the outcome is, if you don't half-ass it, at least you're not gonna have to wonder, oh, would the outcome have been different? What if I did give it my all? And boy, wondering that is what keeps us up at night.
Everybody, it's Groundhog's Day again for David Goggins. If you pan it down here, you see it's about 3 o'clock in the morning and there's not a car or a person in sight. If you pan over here, it's the same thing. Not a car or a person in sight. People want to know where I find my strength at.
It's gonna
where I
go
get
up,
my strength.
man.
I get it from a lot of places, but right now, this morning, I'm getting it from, there's not a motherfucker that's up. There's not a car, there's not a person. Everybody's in their bed, sleep, dreading that it's a Monday, hate it's a Monday. And I'm loving it. I'm loving that. Where everybody's getting weaker, I'm getting stronger. It's not about the running, the swimming, the push-ups, the sit-ups. It's about what those things do for your mentality. You don't get better on the daggone couch. You get better by coming out here and getting the fuck after it every daggone day. Stay hard.
You got the time right now to repair them, to ensure the skills don't get spoiled like some fruit and fresh and easy. See, the thing about life, we're gonna die, right? Eventually we're gonna die, but our legacy can live on. The impact can be non-perishable, forever, but it's gotta be built right.
Sustaining that for value, man.
We have right now. You guys have had busy days, and you're working out 3-4 days, but then you gotta travel for work for 3 or 4 days, then you come back when you weren't able to work out, man, sucks. Because you have a setback. Even though you're hitting hard and you're getting good gains, all of a sudden you jump out of the gym, perishable. Use it or lose it. You must always use it, always maintain it, always build it.
Whatever I'm afraid to do, I do it. And that's how it is. I was afraid for the Roy fight. I was scared to fight again. I was 100 pounds overweight. I was however old, 54, 53. And I said, let's do it. Anything I'm afraid of, I confront it.
I want to be like all in. Do you know what I mean? So if it doesn't work for whatever reason, and I think it's going to work, obviously, but at least I can look back and be like, you tried your best. And that's all that anybody can ever ask, is that you tried your best. And that I was both feet in. I did everything right, from nutrition to the mental side of things, to training twice a day, to the routine, to the sleep, to the physiotherapy, to everything. I want to tick every single box so that in 5 years or 10 years, I can look back and go, look, you tried your best. Yeah. And that's all I can do.
You don't need any weights for it. You don't need a gym membership. You don't need any barbells. You don't need any equipment. All you need is this motherfucker. That's your weight, your body weight. And we're gonna move it in so many different barrages. Because last I looked, the person that finishes the race with their hand held isn't about the, how big they are, how tough they are, their potential. It's their perseverance. Meaning it's not about the dog that's in the fight. It's the fight within the dog. Well, yeah, it's a shitty situation. I gotta go to work because I gotta pay the bills and support my family. But you know, it doesn't mean I have to shortcut my success in what I'm doing. I'll find a way to work this out. How do you do that? You gotta have a little ingenuity. I'll provide that for you guys. All you have to do is follow it. And I promise you, when you go on vacation, you go on work travels, you step outside the gym for however long you want. Here's a workout that goes with you.
Is thinking this will be the story that I will one day tell. And that means the harder it is, the bigger the dragon, the more epic the story, and by consequence, the more epic the hero. And if you think about the difference between winners and losers, winners define themselves by what they made happen, and losers define themselves by what happened to them.
If tomorrow never comes, how far would you go today? If tomorrow was not a guarantee, how far would you push? If you thought that today was your last opportunity to ever do the thing, how far would you go? If today was the last day you were ever going to work out, to ever be able to train for a certain event, how far would you push? If you were a football player in college and this is going to be the last game you're ever going to play, how far would you go? How fast would you run? How much would you sacrifice knowing you're never going to lace it up again? And it's really not living with regret.
You only start really liking stuff when you get good at it, in my opinion. And you only get good at it by doing it a lot of times before you're good at it. And so if you, this is why I'm a big believer in this, is that when you are starting out, I think you gotta find the thing that's the pain. And like, pain motivates significantly faster and stronger than pleasure does. Like, people are like, no, passion's the right way. It's like, point a gun at a family member, all of a sudden, 10 out of 10 motivation. Pain. And so like, I think people should use their pain. And if they don't have enough pain, then one, maybe that's fine. And you're a dreamer and that's okay. But I will tell you that a word I read in my like 6-month journey between when I wanted to quit and when I actually quit, there was this word that just like pissed me off. And it was this in this self-help or entrepreneur book. And it said, there are entrepreneurs and there are wantrepreneurs.
So this is how you level up. That's how you level up. I know there's a whole bunch of people with that right there. That fires me up. That makes me fucking happy, what you just said. That brings joy to my life right there.
Why?
Because I know there's so many people that have the ability and just refuse to get off that couch. Refuse to study a few more hours. Refuse to go deeper, to go further. And that's where I gain the advantage.
What was the main drive? The main drive was, I am not like everybody else. I don't want to be like everybody else. I have something inside which is burning.
This fair value guys are
Everything I see is
crazy.
not for me. I'm supposed to be something different. I have to be something different. And I'm going to change my life with bodybuilding.
Constant grind and the feeling of never being good enough kept us working. I really learned on the days, the nights that we won championships, you think you want to go out and celebrate, you think you want to go out and party, but those days you realize that you didn't win the championship on that day, on that night. You won a championship that day when you got up, when you had 2 games or 4 games in 5 nights. You went up, you went to practice every single day. That's when you became a champion.
Question, are you truly doing whatever it takes to reach your goals? Now, I'm going to talk about bodybuilding, but this goes for anything in life. Are you truly doing whatever it takes? Now, whatever it takes, obviously everyone has a different version of what that entails.
So if you want to change the world, start off by making your bed. If you make your bed every morning, you will have accomplished the first task of the day. It will give you a small sense of pride, and it will encourage you to do another task. And by the end of the day, that one task completed will have turned into many tasks completed. Making your bed will also reinforce the fact that the little things in life matter. If you can't do the little things right, you'll never be able to do the big things right. And if by chance you have a miserable day, you will come home to a bed that is made, that you made. And a made
2
bed
days in,
gives
3
you
fair value
encouragement
gaps at
that
once.
tomorrow
It's
will be
crazy.
better.
What
2
if
bearish,
I
1
told
bullish.
you that you're only 6 months away from the life you've always dreamed of? The income, the lifestyle, the time to enjoy everything without fear or worry about money. In fact,
I honestly am still
everything
bullish on
you've
this
ever
shift bar right here if I am.
if I add to this,
For a second thought it was
that your
going down until I
success
saw
is
this fair value gap.
guaranteed, and that the person you'd always dreamt of becoming was only 6 months away.
People need to suffer. It is an actual requirement of life. It is the fiber, the DNA of love. Real love and true love and in perpetuity can't exist without suffering. It's impossible.
But you don't appreciate it.
Yeah, you have to have suffering. And suffering doesn't have to be looked at as a negative thing. It can be looked as a beautiful thing. It's where real love comes out of.
Yeah.
You know, all my suffering, there was real love in there. Everyone around me just in this recovery, or in a loss I may have had from an uncle or a grandparent or whatever, you know, there's real love that comes in that suffering, you know, even though it can be a lonely experience. I mean, I look at it that way and not as a negative, terrible thing, because it's just temporary.
You're one decision away from changing. You are one decision away from changing. It's a decision away.
You're one decision away from changing your life. I hope you make that decision tonight. And I hope you make that decision with what you do tonight.
Grab your nut. For once in your life, have some ownership, some credibility behind your actions and your words. Mean what you say, do what you say.
Oh shit.
Follow through for something for one time in your life.
That's not true.
One time, follow through on what you say. You will feel a high that you've never felt before.
Oof.
When you follow through on things in life, guys, you achieve the confidence, the mentality that anything's possible.
Fear is a mile wide and an inch deep. And so it looks like this ocean that you're going to step into and drown. But as soon as you step into it, you realize it was not that deep at all, and you can keep walking through it. And I just love that visual, because a lot of times when it's like we have this anxiety around this big decision we have to make, if you actually take the step and realize that it's not death, you're not going to drown immediately. There's plenty of other steps you can take from there, even if you get a little wet.
I get an email the other day. This young man wants to be a ranger, but he's afraid to go to ranger school. Not because how hard the training is, but because he's afraid if he fails, what people are going to say by judging him. One thing in life, this applies to everything in life. Anytime you move from being normal to trying to be exceptional, people aren't going to like that shit. Those normal people, it makes them feel like shit, so they're going to judge you. And nowadays, it's very easy to be a coward.
Those who have swords and know how to use them, but keep them sheathed, will inherit the world. One of the things I tell young men, well, and young women as well, but the young men really need to hear this more, I think, is that you should be a monster. You know, because everyone says, well, you should be harmless, virtuous. You shouldn't do anyone any harm. You should sheath your competitive instinct. You shouldn't try to win. You know, you don't want to be too aggressive. You don't want to be too assertive. You want to take a back seat and all of that. It's like, no.
Today, I'm no longer being a loser. Today, I'm going to change my path. I'm going to get on the path of success. I don't care how long that road is. I'm going to see it through no matter what. Because you know what? I've been living enough years in this shithole, and I don't want to be here anymore. I'm not happy with this. And I'm tired of making excuses. I'm tired of going through the same circular motion of shit.
Whether you like it or not, from the time you wake up to the time you go to bed, a lot of us are at war with ourselves. And within that war, you have several battles. Those battles are basically choices. No, I'm not talking about a war that you might find in the Coliseum. I'm talking about a war that's in your brain. That war exists because life has so many choices. Within those choices, you gotta make right decisions. But you know what? That. When the alarm goes off in the morning, you have to wake up. When you fail, don't blame your mom, don't blame your dad. One person you have to blame is yourself.
Success really just boils down to this. You gotta want it more than you hate what it takes to get it. If you're willing to suck at anything for 100 days in a row, you can beat most people at most things.
Clean your room. Organize your life. Like, get a routine. Get up every day at the same time. Go to bed at the same time. Establish disciplined habits. That will help a lot. Schedule. Here's how to use a schedule. Sit down, open the calendar and think, okay, well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to design a week of days that I would really like to have. So what that would mean is that you would schedule things that you would consider meaningful and productive, you know, on a daily basis, so that you feel that your life is justified by having a day like that, and also to schedule enough of your responsibilities so that you make progress day by day instead of falling farther behind.
Don't start things and not finish them. You don't quit. There's nothing that comes out of quitting besides knowing that you didn't finish. We finish everything. You start it, finish it. If you're gonna do it to try and be the best.
You're not having a bad year. You've had a few bad days that you're thinking about for the rest of the year. I've found it helpful when I'm in a bad season, like I'm in right now, to just focus on having a good day. A good day in a bad season is a bite-sized victory. String a few of those in a row, and a bad season feels less hard. I'm pretty sure the difference between a happy life and an unhappy one doesn't come down to how many good or bad days you have, but which days you think about over and over again. In some seasons of life, maintaining is winning.
It's the moments in life, the decisions you make on a moment-to-moment basis that add up to be the guy or not the guy. Tonight, I did something, you know, that I feel more of a guy. For me, who I am, my guy. You know, repeat that over and over and over again, It's just, one, it's a better life. You feel like more confident. You have a better sense of reality. You know, the way you go about your day is in a more productive fashion. You're more goal-oriented. They all just synergetically go together into a movement, a force that's very unstoppable, man.
Why not you? You've got the brains, you can make decisions, you can study the plan, you can change your life, you can grow immensely in the next few years, you can make your dreams come true, you can build a financial wall around your family nothing can get through, you can become healthy, you can become powerful. Why not you?
You better make sure in the next season of your life that the person who walked away from you know what they're missing. You better do something so strong and so big with your life that they have to sit on the couch and say, that's the one that got by. Man, I should have just stayed in there a little bit longer. I should have been a little more patient. I should have prayed a little bit harder. Do something with your life that makes them regret turning you away and turning you over.
When you watch television, waste time, hang out, fool around, and so on, all of that counts as well. And it's going on the negative side of your ledger. A person who has a great life, by the law of accumulation, is a person who's accumulated far more credits, more pluses on the credit side than debits on the debit side.
Order filled.
And here's an important point. If what you are doing is not moving you towards your goals, then it's probably moving you away from your goals. Nothing is neutral. Everything that you're doing is either moving you toward the things that you want to accomplish in life, the person you want to be, the wealth you want to accumulate, or it's moving you away.
Two forms of pain. Pain that breaks you and the pain that changes you. That's the pain of a change right there. That's the pain of progress. The pain that destroys you isn't this shit. It's later in life knowing you could have been more. And all that's left is you and the mirror and tears of a possibility left that you allowed to die. Own your fucking life, guys. You get every opportunity. There's no excuse not to be the hardest motherfucking worker in the room. In all your endeavors, schoolwork, the gym, your career, your relationship, your name's attached to it. It's gotta mean more than anything. That's your name, it's all you got.
The unfulfilled potential is the story of most people's lives.
It is.
Why?
Just be the best version of yourself in anything that you do. You don't have to live anybody else's story. Sometimes people make it seem like you have to have certain prerequisites or a crazy life story in order to be successful in this world. But the truth is you really don't. It doesn't matter where you come from, what you have or don't have, what you lack, what you have too much of, but all you need to have is faith in God, an undying passion for what you do or what you choose to do in this life, and a relentless drive and the will to do whatever it takes to be successful and whatever you put your mind to. Make sure you live in the moment and work your butt off every single day.
Second place isn't an option anymore, guys. The more you give in here, the more you get out there. Why would you not want to give it at all? What else are you gonna do? You come here and kill it right now? Or stay home on the couch? You know, watching the life pass by. I know it sounds like habitual what I say all the time, but sometimes you got it ingrained in your head. What else would you be doing right now? Taking the time off? Or taking the time to get ahead? It's just, that seems so simple to me, that solution, that, the choice is there. If it doesn't seem so easy to you, it's because you don't believe in yourself. You believe in yourself, you want to be in here killing it. Because it's giving you that much more of a chance because you believe you can come that. The people that don't come in here because they're tired of stuff are people that don't believe in themselves. That's why they don't see the asset of being in the gym to grow. They see it as a waste of time because they don't believe they can ever get there. So therefore, why take the precautionary steps to sharpen and hone the arsenal to really go to battle? Because they don't even want to go to battle because they know they're going to lose.
What most people do is they back away from adversity. But if you want to see if you're a brave person, wait when things go completely to pieces, when things are the worst, when your very best deal falls apart and your rent is late and you're tired and you're sick and everybody is mad at you and your car doesn't work.
Then it's the person that picks themselves up and says, nothing is going to stop me.
Thoughts aren't true. Feelings don't require actions. Things aren't good or bad, they just are. Our greatest enemy is ignorance. To change your life, change your surroundings. Our actions, not our pasts, define who we are.
I think what makes life more difficult for people is the judgment they have on themselves about what they believe they're supposed to do or supposed to have achieved.
If you believe it, if you really believe that you could be something, if you have that little voice in your head saying, hey, you got talent.
What is this?
You can do this.
What the fuck is this, man?
Then follow that voice.
What the
Life
fuck
isn't
is
fair.
this?
We have to understand that. It shouldn't be fair. It's a trial ground, it's a testing ground. It's built to make us harder. It's built to make us as strong as we can, to test us, to drive us. So, mentality is the only thing that gets us through life. I was an underdog. We are all underdogs in life. Even the baddest person in the world should think that way. So you should always have I've never arrived mentality. It doesn't matter where you come from, the sewer or wherever you think you're from, nothing should be able to hurt you. If you believe that, it starts to become true.
Why would you not go for it? Why would you not take a chance? At one point in time, you got to take a chance on you.
It's the what if I can pull off a miracle? What if I can become someone that no one thinks I can be?
There's no losing, only learning. There's no failure, only opportunities. And there's no problems, only solutions. So to me, what failure is the mother of all success. If it wasn't for Michael Jordan getting cut from his 9th grade basketball team, he wouldn't have became Michael Jordan. I seen an article the other day where they were talking about Oprah Winfrey and how she got fired because she wasn't good for television.
Fuck Oprah
Walt
Winfrey.
Disney, who got fired, if I'm not mistaken, from a newspaper saying he had no imagination. You gotta take those losses, you gotta take those hits. There's gotta be the valleys, the peaks, the ups, the downs.
Once you change one thing, your mindset, you can attack everything.
Don't be trapped by dogma, which is living with the results of other people's thinking. Don't let the noise of others' opinions drown out your own inner voice. And most important, have the courage to follow your heart and intuition. They somehow already know what you truly want to become. Everything else is secondary.
Being a winner is a curse. It doesn't matter how much you've won before. You're not a winner until you win again. And again, and again. Nothing is enough. No one understands. And you never want it to stop.
Gotta put your past behind you. Look, kid, bad things happen, and you can't do anything about it, right?
Right.
Wrong! When the world turns its back on you, you turn your back on the world.
If you want to be good, you really don't have a lot of choices, because it takes what it takes. You have to do what you have to do to be successful. So you have to make the choices and decisions to have the discipline and the focus to the process of what you need to do to accomplish your goals.
I think a hopeful message that anyone who's in that hard period or in that start period is that it won't get harder. Like, this is the hardest part. And so if you can just make it through this, everything else is downhill. It's not that the things that the dragons are going to slay aren't going to get bigger. They are. But you become so much more equipped to slay them back. And you have so many more allies. You have people in the stands cheering for you. You have the audience. You have all of these other things that are behind you.
If you decide to go for the goal in your life, you're going to get knocked down over and over and over and over again. Every single week, you're going to have heartaches and disappointments and frustrations and setbacks and obstacles. But without those obstacles, no success is possible.
You cannot change your life unless you change something. If you always do what you always did, you'll always get what you always got. No matter what it is. Many times you say to yourself, I gotta lose weight, I'm too fat. And then you know what? During the day you eat at night, and then next day you get mad at yourself. Well, what do you want? What do you want? You gotta change something.
I had big dreams. A lot of us have big dreams, big goals. And when you have goals that are maybe outside your reach, you have to know that getting to that goal, you're gonna have a lot of bad days, a lot of setbacks.
The biggest risk to your future isn't your competition. It's the distractions you insist on keeping in your life, rather than doing the things you know you should be doing but aren't. People delay doing things they don't like for longer than it takes to do them.
The world belongs to optimists. Because if you're going to do anything big, you have to believe that it can happen. Otherwise, it never will. 99% right and 100% wrong. So like, they're right 99% of the time. But they're wrong 100% because the only thing that matters is the big one at the end. Like, your family and friends will say that every girl that you ever date is not good enough. Except for the one time you find the girl that you're actually gonna marry. And then it doesn't matter, or like this won't last, or like this business idea, it's not gonna work. And you might have 9 failures. I feel my first 9 businesses didn't really amount to anything. 9, as in the first one spent time and failed. Second one, this one will be different, and failed. Third one, this is the one. And then 6 more after that. It's painful as shit because the whole time everyone is telling you, I told you so. I don't know, man. Today. But not forever.
If you're not falling on your face over and over again, if you're not trembling when you go to sleep with your heart pounding, then what is happening is you're not trying hard enough. You're living too far within your potential. That all really successful people live on the outside edge of what they're capable of. And it's always a little bit scary on the outside edge because we all have feelings of uncertainty. We all have fears. We all have doubts that hold us back. But the brave person is simply the person who moves forward and keeps taking the chance. And you cannot imagine a successful person without courage. You cannot imagine a successful person without the courage to face and confront their fears and to move forward.
You always have to be the person who roots for you before everyone else does. And it's usually a single clap in the auditorium for a very long period of time. It is a slow clap that's just you rooting for you. People struggle to do things alone. And the path of the exceptional person is one of an exception, which means that you are not with other people. And rather than fighting that or bemoaning it, see it as an indicator that you're on the right path. Because if everyone else were cheering you on, then it means you're not in the right place, because it means you're just like everyone else, and that's not where you want to be.
Successful people see opportunity in every failure. Normal people see failure in every opportunity. Both are right. Only one gets rich.
Yeah, people don't know how to manage their emotions. I think the more, at least for me, the more I've tried to create space between how I feel and what I do, the more consistent my outcomes have been.
Starting tomorrow, what are you going to do that'll make a change in your life's direction? Good question. What are you going to do starting tomorrow that'll make a difference? Now, see, if you don't do something starting tomorrow that'll make a difference, guess what? It's gonna be the same.
A blade does not become strong. It does not become tempered until it's been through the fire. Until it's been through the fire several times. And this is just your first or second time through the fire. And there's a lot of hammer work that has to take place. And then you're gonna have to go back in the forge again. And it's hot, and it melts you down, and you're uncomfortable. And then life is gonna pull you out, and it's gonna put you on the anvil, and it's gonna hammer on you some more. And you're gonna say, what, am I done yet? Am I a sword for the ages? No. No, you're not. You're not done yet. Embrace the journey and the process of life. You only get stronger hiking by going uphill. Nobody gets stronger hiking by just going downhill.
When you think about shit, you're like, 7 o'clock at night. Man, I'm tired. Just got back home from work. Will I go to the gym or not? Hour and a half passes. It's now 8:30. You didn't go to the gym. But you know damn well your evil twin inside of you did go to the gym. And he's out there. And he just got better than you. That weakness, and you think I'm tired, comes in and overtakes your potential. And stops you from becoming the person you can be. Yet someone else is going to the gym. Then 20 years later, when you have midlife crisis, and you say life's not fair, you start looking back on all those forks in the road where you sat down instead of standing up. And you don't feel sorry for yourself.
for belly gaps.
You know the worst possible mindset you can try and optimize your life for? Go on. Happiness. Happiness is for women and children. You're allowed to be happy as a woman, and you're allowed to be happy as a kid. As a man, if you wake up and go, I want to be happy today, you're going to do unimportant, narcissistic, hedonistic garbage. You're either going to eat too much, drink too much, take drugs, sit around and play video games, smoke weed. You're not going to achieve anything if you want to be happy. It's ultimately temporary, and you sit there and go, I want to be happy today, I want a happy day. You're not going to achieve anything. You show me a man who wakes up and says he wants to be happy himself, I'll show you a bitch. Because that's not what you're supposed to do. As a man, you're supposed to wake up and say, all right, my life might be shit. I'm going to suffer. I may be miserable, but every single person I love is going to be happy. This whole idea of how happy am I is the easiest way for a man to destroy his life. If you're chasing happiness, you're only going to do hedonistic garbage and achieve absolutely nothing important. If you wake up and say, I don't care how happy I am, I want to be proud of myself, and I want to make other people proud of me, so I have to do all these things irregardless of how I feel, you're going to have a fantastic life. If you wake up and say, I want to be happy, you're going to chase silly hoes, drugs, and alcohol.
Well, that's temporary happiness, right?
But how else can you get instant happiness unless it's temporary? To get long-term happiness is something that's only going to come from dedication and hard work, which requires short-term suffering. It's just delayed.
If you listen and look back on most of your failures, you're going to see that it was your own mind that betrayed you.
There's a version of you that never sleeps in, never skips training, never wastes time. There's a version of you who never fails. It is waiting for you. Genuinely ask yourself a question. You at home. If you had done those things for the last 2 years, you never skipped a training. You never wasted time. You never scrolled TikTok. You never sat aimlessly on the internet typing in garbage, never played video games. You never wasted time. You never skipped training. You were training every single day. You never slept in. You were never lazy. There's this version of you. Imagine the person you would be. Genuinely imagine what you would look like. Imagine where you would live. Imagine the car you would drive. Imagine how much a woman would respect you. Imagine the love you would see in her eyes when she looks at you with adoration like a king. Imagine your existence. That person is waiting for you, and the only thing that's stopping you from being that person is your monumental laziness. You can have it. The universe is very giving. It will give you anything you work for. I've never seen somebody try for something with all of their might and not get it. The only people who do not have the things they want are the people who do not try for them. I've never seen a person wake up and say, my only dedication in life is to solve a Rubik's Cube and fail. You are not stupid. You are not incompetent. You are lazy and arrogant. It's extremely important you understand that that person is waiting for you, and you are declining that version of yourself. In the multiverse, in the many different versions of the universe that exist, there is a version of you that does those exact things, and he is a greater person than you can even fathom. You can transform yourself into that guy. You can be a top G. That's exactly what I did. I knew who I was going to have to end up being before I became that person. My brother and I are not from rich families. We are not from advantaged beginnings, but I knew I had to be a big, strong, fighting billionaire. That's what I knew I had to be. Discipline is the key to success. Some people don't want to win, and the people who don't want to win are not going to win. Yeah. So when he sits and says, oh, we need to balance everything out, you cannot legislate everyone rich. You cannot make a loser have what a winner has, because winners are busy winning. Yeah. That's the bottom line of it. And people say this, not everyone wants to be a hustler. Not everyone wants to have to go out there and grind. Yeah, but some people do. The world's not a perfect place. I've never in my life seen anyone who's determined to get something not get it. I've never seen somebody who is determined in their heart to get something not get it. The universe and God is so giving and providing. People think it's difficult out here. I disagree. I've never seen someone wake up and say, nah, this is all I care about. This is all I want. Not get it. Everyone who thought that way in fighting was a world champion. Everyone who thought that way about money was rich. I've never seen anyone fail. Bro, I've seen people with no credit score and no job determined to get an R8 manage to get one on finance somehow. I've seen it. If it's all you want, you're going to get it. A lot of people are obsessed with the idea of happiness. And especially as a man, I think that happiness can actually be a very destructive motivator. And when men sit and say, I want to be happy, I want to feel happy. To feel happy, a lot of the time, you're looking for temporary hedonism. To be happy, you want to get drunk or take drugs or do something stupid temporarily, and it's very short-lived. I think you should instead be looking as a man to say, I want to feel proud. If you choose pride over happiness, you're going to make decisions that you're proud of and the people around you are proud of, and it's going to be better for yourself and better for society and better for everyone who loves you, everyone you care about. If you cannot force yourself to do something you don't want to do, how are you ever going to put yourself through the suffering required for greatness? If you cannot force yourself to train when you do not want to train, if you cannot force yourself to work when you don't want to work, or force yourself to eat right, how can you possibly ever become a monumentally successful person if you cannot control yourself long enough to do what must be done as opposed to what you feel like doing? A man must do what he is supposed to do irregardless of how he feels. That is the key component to masculinity, is discipline. If you do not have the discipline to dedicate yourself to anything, you are going to fail and be crushed by the people who can. If you only go to the gym when you feel like going to the gym, you're never going to be as strong as the people who go to the gym when they don't feel like going to the gym. That is a reality of life. So, I train every single day. I've actually heard from some people saying, you overtrain. And I explained to them, one, I don't believe in rest. I'm not you. I'm not pussy, and I'm not broke like you are, Mr. Fitness Trainer, standing around the gym teaching people for $50 an hour. I don't need to listen to you. Secondly, I don't train because I want to get bigger. I train every day because it is difficult to train every day. It hurts. I don't want to. I wake up and I'm busy. I have other things to do. I don't feel like doing it, so I force myself to do it 7 days a week, 365 days a year, so that I know I'm the kind of person who can do what he doesn't want to do when it needs to be done. I am that man, and it is more of a mental exercise than a physical exercise at this point. How can you ever outcompete me if I can force myself to do the things I don't want to do and you cannot? Discipline is absolutely essential for success. There are people dying in a fucking ditch, bro.
It's true.
You're dying in a fucking ditch, and what do? You're sad about what? You ain't found the time to go to the gym. Why? You haven't worked on anything. You haven't dedicated yourself to anything. Why? Oh, I just don't feel like it. Well, you're a piece of shit. It's ungrateful to the universe. It's ungrateful to God himself to waste what he gives you. You want to talk about how you end up lucky. And I would argue that I'm a very lucky person. You know, on a long enough time frame, I can't think of a single time I've ever lost. It may look like I'm going to lose, but in the end, I always seem to win.
You're not a quitter at all.
Bro, I'm not a quitter. I'm a fucking fighter. I will squirm to the last second. And there's a lot of men out there, especially in the world today, who only want to do things because they feel a certain way, not understanding that doesn't make them competitive anymore. The biggest question I get asked all the time is, hey, I lack motivation. And it's an annoying question to me because so do I sometimes. I don't always feel motivated to go to the gym. I don't always feel motivated to work. I don't always feel motivated to do what I need to do, but I do it anyway. It's called discipline. Yeah. And if you're going to wake up every day and lack the motivation to do what should be done, and compete against people who will do it irregardless of how they feel, you're going to perpetually and forever lose. In fact, it makes you a child to even wake up and say, when you're asking someone for motivation, what you're effectively doing is saying, make me want to do it. Please make me want to do it. I don't want to do it. Make me want to. No, you have to do it. Or you can stay a fucking loser. Where does the luck come from? Comes from God. Who does God favor? What makes God like you? God likes you when you try. There's nothing that's going to piss God off more than wasting what he fucking gives you. If you give someone a Ferrari and they look after it perfectly, you're happy. If you give someone a Ferrari and see it the next day, it's got cigarette butts, it's treated like shit, would you be happy you gave him a Ferrari? God gave you a consciousness, he gave you a body, he gave you a mind, and you're not even fucking using it. You're crying over that bitch who left you. You're not using it to be the best version of yourself. You're not using it to get as rich and powerful as possible. You're not using it to change the world. You're not using it to protect those you love. You're not using it for anything. And you expect God to make you lucky? God only has so much luck to give out. Wouldn't he give it to his soldiers who dedicate themselves and try? Wouldn't he think, you know what, that Tate motherfucker, he's been through something, and he will not quit, and he will not stop, and he's never said he doesn't deserve it, he's never bitched, he's never moaned, he's never felt sorry for himself, he's never complained, he got up every day and worked. Let's give him some luck. What about this guy? Always crying, always has a problem, always feels sorry for himself, always needs motivation, never gets anything done, everything's everyone else's fault. Does he deserve any of the luck I have in my pocket? The answer is fucking no. You make your own luck by dedicating yourself to the universe. I said this before. I said it in a rain dancing term. Rain dancing. I said if you need it to rain and your life depends on it, you should do a rain dance. Now, do rain dances make clouds come? No. But perhaps, by some strange twist of fate, far in the distance, another tribe will see you rain dancing and realize you need water. And they'll think, he needs water. And we need something he has. And they'll bring you water. If you didn't rain dance and just sat there waiting for it to rain, the water would have never come. There's no such thing as working too hard. You'd be amazed how if you just do work, how amazing things happen.
All right, let's recalibrate.
There's a lot of people who complain about the bad things that happen in their life, not understanding that without the bad things, you'd have no life at all. You need all of the bad things. You need the mental struggle. You need to go through things which you regret. You need to sit there so that if you've never regretted any action you've ever taken, how can you sit and make an intelligent decision for the future? You can't do it. Yeah. You need to sit and say, well, I felt the sting of regret for X. I don't want to feel the sting of regret for Y. You need this experience, and that's what life is all about. People think that life is just the good times, and this is the massive misconception. Love is a perfect example. Let's use love. Because people think being in love is holding hands, and I hold hands and we cuddle in bed, I love them. Love is the whole spectrum. Love is missing them. Love is breaking up with them. Love is being sad they don't text you. Love is the whole circle. There's no up without down. Anything that has the ability to emotionally affect you positively has the ability to emotionally affect you negatively. There's nothing in the world that can only affect you in one direction. If you ask any champion of anything, they always envision themselves as champion all of the time. And the reason they do that is, one, so they feel confident, but two, so that if they don't become champion, they're more angry and more motivated for the next attempt to ensure that they do become champion. So that's the mentality and the mindset you have to have. Your mind is your number one ally in all things. A lot of you have been sabotaged internally by your own mind. Your own psyche is working against you. When you have negative thoughts that prevent you from being the best version of yourself, you should understand that your mind is attempting to betray you, and you should feel disgust because you have enough enemies. There are enough people in that opposing trench trying to destroy you. If you're watching this and listening to this right now, I promise you, if I were to give a button to most humans on this planet, if I were to go up to an average man, 25-year-old man of average income anywhere in the world, and say, if you press this button, this guy's gonna die. And I'll show a picture of you holding your dog, cuddling, being a nice little boy, whatever you're doing. I'll make you look sweet and innocent. I'll say, you press this button, this guy dies, but you get $100 million. You do understand that 99.9% of people will press that button, right? And they'll take that 100 million without remorse. They won't really think about you very much. And if they do, they'll distract themselves with a Lamborghini and with bitches. That's it. They won't care about you.
There's enough people in the opposing trench who are prepared to destroy you for self-interest.
Facts.
That the idea of you not having every single part of you on your own side is truthfully sad. You need to be in a better position than that. You cannot allow your own mind to betray you ever. It has to be 100% on side all of the time. Once your mind is on side, once every part of your psyche is on your team, that's when you can go and look for other teammates. You can expand your network of other people whose psyche is all 100% on their side, and you have a unified outlook on the world. Then you can go and get things done. But the idea of self-betrayal is something most of you are struggling with and you didn't even realize. So as a thought experiment, we're gonna sit here, and I want you to actually think about it. How many times have you doubted yourself? How many times have you didn't feel like doing something you knew you were supposed to do? How many times has your mind tricked you into procrastination or being lazy? How many times has your mind convinced you that it was okay to fail and lose even though you didn't try your best? How many times have you sought comfort in excuses? How many times have you betrayed yourself? Don't worry about your enemies attempting to crush you, but that's another conversation. If you actually analyze most of your failures, you're going to see the majority of them come from self-sabotage. And once you're in a position like me where you never betray yourself, where your mind never lets you down, ever. My mind knew exactly what I had to do. I did not miss a single day's training. I did not lose my mind. I did not go mental. I did not have a breakdown. I acted exactly as I was supposed to act. I was fully professional in all things. I got as much work done as I could possibly do. I was extremely productive.
That's that FOMO. That's that FOMO. Calm down. I knew what I was supposed to do.
The only shortcut to life is to never miss a day, because sometimes you get lucky. And you'll never miss a lucky day if you try every day. Because when you've come from the absolute bottom to the absolute top, and you've done it all off of your own back, and hard work and dedication, and never missing a day. One, because of compounding interest. And two, if you don't try every day, you might miss your lucky day. And that's what people don't understand. If you never miss a day, and you never don't try, and you're always on time, was I late today? No, on time, and you try and improve every aspect of your life, and you're a professional, and you try and make sure that you analyze your decisions, you give yourself feedback, you don't make mistakes, you're not lazy. If you try and you make it to the top, because you look at the people down below and you're like, well, why didn't you try? I did. Oh, I did too. No, you didn't. That's a lie. Now you're lying to me, and that annoys me. And you catch yourself being very elitist, and this is what's scary about it, because I'm from a Luton council estate, and now I have all this money. But if I meet somebody who's truly broke, I'm not talking about you not have hundreds of millions, but if I meet somebody who's broke, I think they're an idiot. And I catch myself going, is that bad? Am I elitist? Or do I sit down now and I just say, no, I started lower than you and beat you. How are you poor? You're lazy. And I think there's only three reasons you can't get rich in the world today, which is either you're stupid, you're lazy, or you're arrogant. And I find the most common one is lazy and arrogant. It's not stupid. There's nobody at home who is too stupid to become rich. I'm sure anyone watching this podcast right now, if you were to sit down next to me and I were to say, do this, do this, do this, do this, do this, you could do it. Of course you could. But you're too lazy to learn how to do it yourself.
And you're too arrogant to listen.
And you're too arrogant to listen. It's not about being stupid. You're lazy or arrogant. It's one of the two. Those are the two most common factors of people. So when I meet people who have truly failed, and they pretend to me that they didn't want to fail, I know they're one of the three. And it's usually arrogant. Because when I sit and say to them, you could have got out, they don't say, you're right, I could have got out, I didn't try. That shows humility. They don't do that. They say, no, because it's excuse, someone else's fault, the Matrix's fault, no self-accountability. Oh, well, you don't know what you're talking about anyway. Arrogance.
Sounds like feminine mindset to me.
Well, yeah, exactly, and then they're going to lose.
Yeah.
This is the thing that I don't truly understand. If I'm unhappy with something and I'm uncomfortable with something, I fix it.
Yeah.
That's endless motivation, which I don't truly believe in as a concept, but that's endless fuel for the fire.
Right.
If I was unhappy with something about myself, regardless of what it was, I would be able to take all of that discomfort and turn it into endless energy to get the problem fixed.
Exactly.
But these people seem to
it's okay to be unhappy.
Yeah, well, these people seem to sit and say, I'm really unhappy with X, but then stay doing X. So I don't believe they're truly actually unhappy. What you'll notice if you live life long enough is that somebody will sit and say to you, I'm unhappy being a loser.
You say, why are you a loser? I just sit at home and play video games 7 days a week. And you're like, okay. And maybe 3 days of the week they're unhappy doing that. And that's the time they email you, and that's the time they want to make a change. But 4 days
I was up a little bit, now I'm down a little bit.
Doesn't really bother them.
But we learning.
If it
We've
bothers
seen the
them
market
7 days a
move, gaining
week,
some
guess what?
experience.
They'll fix it. Correct. So I have very little sympathy for people.
I know I'm pretty quiet,
And
but
that's not because I'm not a nice person, but it's because I've been so hard on myself.
Just
I've
trying
been
to
through so
lock
many
in.
things that were difficult, and I've been through so much pain and trauma myself. Some of it self-inflicted, some of it given to me by God to make me a better person. But I've been so difficult on myself. It's very hard for me to look at somebody who's refused to be difficult on themselves and see them as my equal or feel sympathy or pity for them.
When people say to me, this bad thing happened to me, I say, good. That's my instant response. This girl left me, good. I lost all my money, good. What do you mean good?
this was the perfect
Good.
entry on
This is your chance to take all of that negative emotion, all of those building blocks, and turn yourself into a man that prevents these bad things happening to them ever again. Now, of course, you have to have the agency to do that. You're right. If you're going to be broken by it, then you're going to fail. But bad things are certainly a blessing. I believe that's how God teaches. Please understand, I'm being completely sincere. When I meet somebody, or I look on Twitter, or I look on Instagram, etc., I know that you people will never be able to have the experiences I have because you have failed. For some reason, it pisses me off. It doesn't seem to piss you off. And it pisses me off, so then I don't want to talk to you. I don't want you in my life. I don't want to interact with you because you're just seen as... It's like you have a bad odor. B-O. But instead, it's just a cloud of dismal failure. And it follows you everywhere. Or some excuse. It's not my fault that I monumentally failed. It's the president's fault. It's the government's fault. My ex-girlfriend's fault. She left me.
But no, you're supposed to wake up and look in the mirror and say, this is my name, this is who I am, I'm going to be the best version of myself, and everybody's going to respect me, and I'm going to force them to, because that's the way the world works. Respect can be squeezed out of people. They don't have to like you. You can't squeeze someone liking you. You can force respect from people, and this is actually most observable with women. There's a whole lot of women who are dating men they don't even like.
Yeah.
And they're sleeping with men they don't even like, but they respect him.
Because it's the security that they offer, right?
That's right. The security they offer and the respect, and they can say, I don't even like him that much. In fact, I hate him, but I just do as he says. Why is that? Because they respect you. So I'm driven by that, and I guess, I mean, I've talked to psychiatrists, and there's some psychiatrists who would argue that it's insecurity to feel like you need to prove yourself to the world all the time. And I think that's part of the psyop. They convince you, you're insecure if you want to prove you're capable. If you want to prove that you're different and intelligent and interesting, you're insecure.
They always say that you're born abundant any which ways, then why is the rest of the world poor?
Well, there you go. But they say you should have no interest in what people think about you. That makes you insecure. And that is the largest psyop in history. To wake up and say, I'm not going to be successful. I'm not going to be strong. I'm not going to be interesting. I'm not going to go out there and test myself. And I'm not going to put honor on my last name, because I would hate for people to think I'm insecure. I'm secure, so it doesn't matter if you think I'm a loser. And it doesn't matter if I am a loser. So I'm just going to sit at home and I'm secure. No, it's not insecurity. It's called duty to your last name and honor. And that's just another one of the many different tentacles inside of the psyop octopus, trying to snatch any motivation left from the masculine spirit. If I was a man who was unsuccessful and I hadn't met my physical capability or my financial capability or my mental capability or my spiritual capability, I would be insecure. I would sit and say, this is a failed version of who Andrew Tate could be, and I'm not happy with who it is. And I think that every man should be like that, so he gets up off his ass and does something.
The reason it's so easy to win in the world today is because the majority of people are perfectly prepared to lose. You just described, you have to wake up and you have to give a shit. You have to wake up and go, you know what? I'm responsible for my health, and I'm responsible for my finances, and I'm responsible for my family, and I'm responsible for the decisions I make, and I'm responsible for my work ethic, and I'm responsible for my motivation, and I'm gonna win. That's all you have to do to be monumentally wealthy. And the reason it is so fucking easy is because most people can't do that. If everyone could do that, then to win would be hard. So I would hate for all the losers to start being winners, because then it's hard for winners to win. And I still want to win against the winners. But luckily, God has put us in this version of the simulation where it is so brutally easy to surpass everyone around us. I look at people and just go, you haven't even fucking tried. It's like a race. And the gun goes off, and I start running as fast as I can. And I turn around and no one's even moved. Yeah. So I'm like, all right, well, I'll
Order
jog then.
filled.
And I'm nearly done, and no one's even moved. Then I start walking. Then I just lay down and just have a rest. And I look at the back of the finish line, the start line, and everyone's still standing there. Yeah. I don't feel like running. I'm not motivated. I'm stressed. I'm depressed. How there are people waking up each morning and not giving a shit about their own life? Yeah. Who do you expect to wake up and give a shit if you don't? Or even you or me? Do you think any of us wake up and go, John, I really need to get John a Ferrari. I really need to get John a Ferrari and a hot bitch in a nice big house. Today I'm gonna focus on John. No, we don't give a fuck. We'll help you if you're here to help, if you're here to be helped.
Now you care.
No,
you care about John.
No, the point is, if John cares about himself,
then you're about to help.
Then I'll help him.
Yeah.
Answer to everything has always been raw action. My dad had a tweet about this. He said that raw action solves all. And he used to say this. I'll give you an example. If you're a farmer and you need rain for your crop and there's no rain, you can sit there and say there's no rain, we're all going to starve.
Order filled.
Sometimes I gotta wait. Getting into trades way too fast, especially once. Like now would be a good time to buy. What is this? Let's see if it inverses.
Order filled.
I keep putting it to where I would pass the 18 to 1500, because one of these I really believe it's gonna hit. Shoot through this one. So far, I think it's been a good day. Although we are negative 300 right now, we've had some great trades, and the only reason we lose trades is because we're really chasing the $1,500. If it were like an actual funded, I would have taken profits where I always initially take profits, if that makes sense. But I always move it up to where I would hit the 1,500 because I just want that trade to hit. Although like right now, I could get this out, and all I would need is another 1,000. Three minutes left in this 5 minute. Come on, we need you to shoot through this 1 minute fair value gap. Probably get rid of this one and this one. There it is. Right through the fair value gap. Bah! Fucking tired, man. this. Whole new 5-minute candle. How's the 15 minutes looking? Damn! It's crazy 15-minute, which is kind of good for our sake. It's looking bullish. It's a 15-minute doji. No, that's not what we want to see. I mean, this fair value gap is being respected. Inverse up. We just wanted to shoot through here. At least close inside of it, you know? Ugh. That's not what we want. That looks like an inverse. There are still 4 minutes left, so we got plenty of time for this whatchamacallit. Oh wait, there's a fair value gap right here. Fair value gap right here. Ooh. It keeps bouncing back and forth between these two. This is like the second time we see this happen from yesterday and today. There it goes. I really think it's gonna shoot up right now. This is pretty funny. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 minutes. It's just been in this fucking. Oh my god, it's fucking hilarious, man. The reason why I think it's gonna be bullish is because of this liquidation. The bodies have been, although this one has been red, the bodies have been pretty. Oh fuck! Come on, mate. What is that? Oh, have you posted it on KFam Discord server yet? How am I supposed to do that when I'm still live streaming? I'm not gonna do that, man. I don't like when people promote stuff on here. Trying to act like they're trying to promote. I can try to grow my kick streams without the bots. Uppity. This is crazy. Is it a new? No, it's the same. Wow, look at that liquidation. It closed in here. So what we're expecting now is for it to once again close up here in this one with this 1 minute candle. It's been liquidating crazy right here. We are back in the orb. What's crazy is this didn't touch the last session low. Close in here. We needed to keep closing in there. Oof. Nice. We don't want to get stopped out yet. Close above, close above. Wow, that's not what we wanted to see. Fucking feet are cold. I'm gonna go put on some socks, man. Ay, ay, ay. Indecisive market with a whole lot of liquidity right here. Sell side liquidity. Do you know what that means? There might be a big move soon. See the 15-minute. There's 4 minutes left in this 15-minute. There's liquidity right here and right here. I'm gonna go get protein shake. Damn. Might be a good idea to sell. I should have sold right there, huh? We'll see.
Order filled. Order filled.
Let's try this again.
Order filled.
Watch, now it's gonna go through the roof on this.
Order filled. There it goes. It did enough liquidating. Should pass this. Hopefully we have a couple green 5-minute candles. Main goal 11:40. Last time we were here was around 7 in the morning. Damn. Holy shit. Order filled.
Jeez. There it goes.
Order filled. Wow, this has been respected about 3 times already. Wow. Liquidation. Manipulation. Let's see the 15-minute. Damn, that's a tough red one. Damn. Hey, I'm enjoying your stream, by the way. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. Have you posted on KingFam? Poor brother. Oh, I better block that word. There it goes. Please. Please, buddy. There it goes.
Woo! Come on. I believe this might be it. Close above. Beautiful. Don't come back down. Oh, this is a fair value gap. It's looking good. We cannot get rid of this one and this one. Looking good. Okay, close the fair value gap. Let's close the gap, and then now it's gonna go back up, right? So I would have kind of stopped that right there. Damn, just not what we wanted. Up, uppity. Yep.
Order filled.
I'll take that. Oh wow, great. Sometimes you gotta let it ride, man.
Order filled.
Just gonna hit myself, but that was dumb. Alright, this might be it. We could have most definitely hit this earlier. Couple impatient trades, a couple. Yeah, honestly, it was just chasing it because I wanted to get the 1500 to pass. But I feel like today, overall, I feel like it's been great trades. Why is it zoomed in? Holy shit. Come on, man. Just tap it. Just a little push up. No. Instead of push up, not a drop down. Just one little push up. Oof.
Order filled.
Oof.
Order filled.
Gotta take another piss. Uppity. Come on, man. There it goes. Come on. It wants to. There you go. There you go. Push up. Push up. Push up. Push up. Just one little push up. Oh my god. A little bit more.
Order
There you
filled.
go. Boom! Account fucking passed. And I knew it was coming up to this orb high. Bro, this orb strategy is for sure one of the best strategies I have yet to come across. It is simple. It is easy to do. You just gotta be patient. I feel like my patience has slowly been improving. I have been live streaming for another almost 5 hour live stream. Hey, fuck it, we gonna get them hours. We trying to get monetized on this channel. Now we have 2 accounts that have gotten the first day of profit necessary. This one, like I said in the beginning of the video, I did a couple trades yesterday and I meant to lock myself out until New York opened today, which obviously I unfortunately didn't do that, but it's fine. We'll come back to this one tomorrow and try to complete this account and the other one that we just worked on today. The reason we got this one is mainly because I still wanted to trade today and I got locked out on this one. So a W is a W in my book. We got a good day yesterday after blowing the account. We had a good day yesterday after blowing the account. I got another evaluation, and even before blowing the account, I feel like I was doing a good job. Just unfortunately entered the wrong trades at the wrong time. My analysis was still right, and that's initially why I did
I was positive that if I were to get another evaluation right after blowing it, that I would have been fine. And I was right. Here's what I was doing a little wrong. Initially, I was trying to do smaller positions so that I wouldn't blow the accounts as quick, but I would still blow the accounts even if they were smaller positions. So it didn't make sense for me to do that. It was better to do bigger positions, take less trades, and be a little more analytical with my trades. And the orb strategy has for sure helped me understand the market so much more, especially today. How one of the people that I learned the orb from, there's a lot of people that do the orb and they all do it differently. So I'm trying to get bits and pieces from everybody and try to get my own analysis. Like I said, this one's from yesterday. This one I will be trading tomorrow, and this one has already been Gucci. So here's what I'm gonna do. Set lockout. I can't lock out for these yet, but I'm gonna lock it out for the afternoon markets. I don't want to be trading later. Even on the other account, I'm not gonna be trading. But like I said, orb strategy, and this is really what helped me. If the previous day is bullish and the 4 hours bullish, don't look for bearish orbs, which the 4 hour and the daily was bullish. So I wasn't looking for a bearish orb, but it did break down to the short. So what I expected was for it to retrace back up, which is exactly what happened right now, right here. It retraced back up. Oh my God, dude. Picture fucking perfect. A lot of people right here would have expected it to just keep breaking down. It didn't even touch the last session low. So what happened from there is if you would have taken a fucking long from here, you would have been up from here to here. And if you would have taken a short from here to here, you would have also been right. Now, once these are touched, it's wraps. You're supposed to, come up with another analysis. I was scared right here where it was just dancing around the fucking bottom of the orb because it could have easily came back down. But I just seeing it come back and dance right here, I for sure saw it, come up. And that's where you gotta have like tight stop losses. You also gotta play with the fair value gaps. You gotta be able to see what's going on in the market. That's why I'm happy. I'm also using the ICT strategy to do this. So it's not like I'm just fucking guessing. This time I'm not guessing. I promise you. Although it may look like it because I'm just quiet and I'm not talking about my analysis, but I'm just looking at how the market moves. A whole lot of it is manipulation from the big institutions. But yeah, as the days go by, I feel like I'm improving slightly with every trade. First account at 1,200. Our profit target is $3,000. Remember that. And second account 1,500. So tomorrow there is news. So I am gonna, walk on eggshells. I'm gonna trade a little bit more carefully because there's news. But hopefully we're able to pass our next funded account. Fuck, dude. Gotta stay dialed in. Can't get ahead of myself. And even when we do pass it, I can't do what I did last time. I gotta be able to control my emotions, which I feel like I have been doing compared to the other evaluations. But yeah, I feel good. With that being said, let me go ahead and upload today's video. If you guys want to watch more of me, I am now uploading the video for today. I bought a Pokemon card collection. Yep, it is now up. I will catch you guys in the next video, in the next live stream. Appreciate you guys for tuning in, whoever did tune in. Shout out to Sato, shout out to Matt Platt.